Hello, Mega Man fans. Guess what time it is? It's time for New Moon 2022! We're starting off the new year with Infinite Beast. Are you Forever Falzar or Glorious Rhaegar? We have 10 matches today from quite a lot of Symes. You're going to be seeing a lot of strategies from Pulses, Winrags, Beast Charges, and Bug Gigas. I should have brought a script. Okay, well, actually, speaking of which, it's the new year. Did anyone make any New Year's resolutions? I made one, and it's to screw up on the stream operation less, so let's see if that happens today. Okay, so unfortunately, some of our casters were not able to make it. It looks like they ran out of beast turns. But we will be starting off with Nonstopmop and Neryth. Hello, guys.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here, and I can't wait to cast the first new moon of the new year with you guys here. And I'm sure there's some really exciting sets awaiting us, and yeah.
Hey, Nonstopmop. Yes, glad to be here as well. I'm pretty excited to cast these first few matches with everybody. But this is the first of the year, so looking forward to it.
Okay, are we ready to go into setup?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, round one. Phew.
So, this is a Gregar versus Gregar mirror matchup here, and they're both using Kernel Force, but you'll see that Desmond has that Giga +1, so he's also got that Bug Rise Sword as well. And you'll see that it's J-code on the left side, so there's that Dest Pulse threat, and there's multiple Elect Pulse 2s, can also pair up with Windrax. There's a single Recovery 300, kind of an interesting choice there. The one thing that sticks out to me from Heady's folder is their Navicust. They unfortunately, they seem to have missed the memo. Since this is Infinite Beast, Gregar players will be permanently in Gregar Beast, which means that they'll have super armor all the time, and you can't remove it by any means. So unfortunately, that super armor in the Navicust is going to go to waste. It looks like that is a standard 2200 HP Gregar Navicust setup. So Heady probably just forgot to switch out the super armor for something else.
That's actually pretty funny. I did not actually realize that was going to waste there.
Yeah, and then you see that Heady also has an anti-Navi here. So only 2 anti-damages. One of the anti-damages replaced with an anti-Navi. There's just this one. There's a Groundman Star, Tengu Man Star. So you can see it, the Tengu Man Star and Groundman Star, those are usually good choices to check Gregar players. So this is going to be a Gregar versus Gregar matchup. But Heady isn't going to have the advantage here because Desmond brought his own Tengu Man and Groundman, and this one's a Groundman SP, so Heady's going to have to watch out for getting caught out in SoulXCross.
I think the other thing, I'm not too sure, but I guess the Justice one could be trouble for Des because of the holes that it would create, or the cracks rather.
Yeah, interestingly, neither player decided to pick up shoes, so no air shoes, no float shoes, so cracked panels and broken panels are going to be a huge factor in this Gregar versus Gregar matchup. Other thing I want to note is that there's only one gauge being brought into this set, so it's going to be Heady's slow gauge. So it's going to be entirely up to Heady whether or not to pop it. And it's not regged. There's an Element Man reg instead. So if Heady draws it early, we'll see whether or not they decide to charge it or use it, and whether or not that's going to give them an advantage.
Yeah, I think against Bug Rise Sword, it is something you at least want to think about before just mindlessly throwing it out there.
Yeah, just like its relative to Bug Death Thunder, operates best with slow gauge, so you get as many turns as possible of just whipping out that 200 damage. From Dez's side, you'll see that there are 3 Reflector 3s. These Reflector 3s pretty meta in terms of the Infinite Beast meta, because people tend to use Beast Jump a lot more, and that's going to end up giving basically a free 200 damage. Is it 200?
I believe it is 200, yes.
Yeah.
But it's boosted because it's a null chip.
Oh yeah, so yeah, just the Reflector 3s are going to hurt a lot, and they last for quite a while too, so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Dez can pull off the Reflector 3 and get some good value out of it.
I do like Reflector 3 in general, because you can't pull up a shield when you're in Beast normally. So just being able to pull up a shield just out of nowhere is actually kind of scary, I like to think.
Yeah, that's true. It is pretty funny to see. And one last thing I want to note is that Dez has uninstall here, but I don't think it's going to get that much value. So it might just end up being chip charged or something. The HP difference as well. So it is a 2200 HP setup for Heady and a 1550 setup for Dez, with no recovery 300s on Dez's side. So there's going to be a 750 HP, or I think 650 HP difference to start with, and then there's 1 recovery 300 on Heady's side. So Dez is going to have to get a lot of damage in order to take Heady down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the last thing I have to say, it would be about what I think Dez basically brought a bunch of power, or an attempt to bring power, and then Heady brought a bunch of HP and wasted the super armor. But I think it's definitely possible for both sides, depending on how it's played.
Yeah, definitely anyone's set here. So I think with that, we can jump right into the set.
Oh, this is from Heady's side. I think we forgot to mention the bug fix. I don't actually know what that's doing there. Is that just for the HP bug, I'm assuming?
Possibly. Then you see this turn 1 slow gauge pull here. So this as well.
So we're about to find out if Heady will actually use that slow gauge after all. Oh, Chud Beast. Perhaps for the extra chip slot?
Oh, that might not be the best usage of that slow gauge turn 1, especially when the opponent just went to Erase Beast.
So now Heady just has to sit around and wait for this turn to end to get out any damage now. It looks like there's not the window act to deal with to see this, so... Wait, do you not get an extra cuss slot if you're going to charge Beast?
Huh.
Oh, wait, no. They were 6 cuss. Okay, yeah, they're 6 cuss, so they got it. Heady was 6 cuss.
Yeah, it's Dez who's on 7 cuss, yeah.
Oh, right. Thank you, man.
Ooh, that Erase Man is gonna line up right into that pulse.
Ooh, that was perfect.
Ooh, 2 Reflector 3s coming out this turn for Des. Neither one of them managing to score a hit on Heady.
Wow, I think this is the perfect timing to use that Justice 1 to land right onto Des, who is sitting without any ability to move.
Yeah, Des would have to cross cancel here, which Des might do, considering he's in base form right now. Just default Gregar Beast. Yeah, here comes Elect Beast and Heat Beast from Heady. Double area grabs, canceling each other out here. Ooh, and Des manages to sidestep that Judge Man. Oh no! And Heady lost the Beast Charge, lost the area grab there as well.
I'm assuming that's because I don't know who's winning this trade here.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Even with that, the good hits that Des was getting in there, especially canceling that Heat Beast charge with the Elect Beast charge instead. HP is pretty close here. 400, less than 400 HP difference.
But there's the program advance coming in here. So we're going to see if this lands. But there's a lot of holes, so I'm not too sure if that can land.
Yeah, Heady's gotta remember to wait for these holes to come back. Otherwise, this could be quite embarrassing. Ooh, it's very nice selection there to Elect breaking those back 3 panels.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually.
Both hits from Tengu Man connecting here. Ooh, and the Death Pulse lands.
Ooh, this is looking really scary for Des. Will we see a cross cancel from Des? Because... okay, yeah. I think he had to do that.
Ooh, and here's the Kernel Force. Is Des going to be able to protect himself against
Oh,
that?
it's another Kernel Force on both sides!
Oh! Oh no.
Oh no! It's because Heady was chip charging it.
Heady had the opportunity to, I think, time freeze there and get that Indus in, but maybe he didn't quite process that there's that Kernel Force coming out.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I didn't even notice it until you mentioned it, because and then I saw the shadow.
Yeah. I saw the hole. I was like, oh, it's coming. Both sides have Kernel Force right now.
But yeah, very close first match between these two. Turn 1 Life Aura from Des here, going to Erase Beasts.
Oh, and turn 1 fixing both sides too. Oh, that landed! I think that's hitting.
Yeah, I think that's gonna connect. Yeah, it's like 1 frame off. It's just about to connect. But yeah, Des losing that Life Aura almost immediately, it's actually a pretty big deal. And if Des stays in Erase Cross here, this Wind Rack might do a lot of work.
Yeah, there it goes. Well, that felt bad to see all those ships being used up.
That ice cube just standing strong there, even blocking that area grab.
It's putting in quite a bit of work there.
Oh wow, and this is going to be a Colonel Force turn already?
Look, I'm not too sure how much damage that can actually get there.
Oh, this might be a lot.
Oh, this seems like a lot indeed, yes. And I think that grab revenge could actually finish off this if the first ship isn't in anti-damage.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That was so close. That was a lot of damage coming out from that Colonel Force there, but Des not able to get that final 300 HP.
Oh, that beast shot is not going to land. So I actually kind of disagree with staying in Heat Cross here, Beast. I think the holes are actually causing a bit of trouble, and I think the charge beast, the beast charge from the beast, the charge beast wait. Beast charge, right?
The charge beast charge, yeah, yes. It would have been useful there for sure.
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
A lot of erase tails coming down here.
Yeah, it's evening out the HP pretty evenly right here, and it's looking pretty good for this.
Yeah, and Heady not able to pull a lot of damage this turn. Might need to convert some of these defensive chips, like that Invis, into a beast charge.
Ooh, maybe that stone is better off there. It would cause trouble for Des right now.
Oh.
So now, not only does Des not have the area. Okay, there's the area grab. I really like that decision to stay in the middle there, as when the shots are going off.
Oh no, this is. Yeah, I was gonna say this is perfect. If Heady just used that grab revenge into the sanctuary there, it would have been pretty hard for Des to get any value out of this this bug rise sword, but
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, and that miss. Actually, yeah, I think it's an invis from taking damage, I believe. So I think it'll be alright. I think this is still cause trouble. This should be shot here. Yeah. Now, that's just have to commit staying in that middle panel.
ooh,
Oh! Now this is just trapped. Or was trapped.
Erase Man does line up here for Dez. Gonna get some free damage here, but I don't think there's gonna be enough to finish this off.
And Des is... Yeah, Des doesn't have the speed of the machine gun anymore in Beast. Interesting, going for both traps on the same turn.
Has Heady used Erase Beast yet?
I don't actually believe so. I think Heady's been using the two heat, the charge, heat, and elect ones.
Okay, because Erase Beast would have been really good to get rid of this trap at the same time, but now Heady's gonna have to deal with that as well.
Oh, I feel like Heady should have waited for that. Because it clearly looks like Des is using a beast charge right now.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's possible to take 2 hits from that elect beast charge right there. And so we saw that Heady's anti-damage got popped, and then Heady stepped forward and took the actual hit as well, getting paralyzed. So unfortunately, Heady did not manage to finish Dez off there. So the set goes to Dez.
Yeah, I mean, that was really great though. I that really did feel like it could go either way, the entire match. So it was pretty fun to watch that. Infinite Beast is an interesting format, I just gotta say. It's my first time actually going through it all. It's pretty great. Everything's really fast and it's pretty scary.
Yeah, Infinite Beast is definitely a lot of fun, and there's some really interesting builds you can run as well. So, yeah, GG, well played to Heady and Dez there. It was a pretty great set right off the bat, so I'm excited to see the rest of the sets today.
Yeah, same here. That was a great match. GG's.
Okay, and the next set of the day is going to be Birdie versus ShironaNep.
So now it's a double Falzar matchup. And it looks like ShironaNep wants to dig off this for the BDT with some dust thing because of that first barrier there.
Yeah, it's going to be a BDT versus BDT matchup. And I think these are the only BDT players we actually have. So this is just going to be we're going to be watching the Dark Thunders, and we're going to see who can pump out more and take their opponent down. Besides the BDTs though, the setups are actually pretty different. You've got the J code on the left here for Birdie. So you have the Dest Pulse, the Judgeman EX, and Judgeman SP. So you have the Judge trio on the left side. A lot of area control there, but not too many area grabs. So only 2 area grabs, and then just a lot of area return on Birdie's side. And you've got slow gauge coming out from both players. The recovery 300s, and if you look at Birdie's Navicust, actually, that is a lot of HP. That's 1600 plus 1600 HP, so that's a 2600 HP BDT setup.
Wait, hold on. Does the undership work when it's bugged?
I think so.
Okay, all right. I'll take your word for it.
Well, I'm not 100% sure. I think it does. But yeah, that is a lot of HP, 2600. Sharona on the other side has 1950. And it's running this pretty interesting E-code So this is actually hilarious. So you have the J-Co trio, the Judge trio on the left side, and then you've got the Element trio on the right side, with the Element Man EX, and Element Man SP. And Element Man SP, really powerful chip. The 240 damage that you can flex into all the different elements and get all this different utility out of it. You see a little bit of extra defense coming out from Shirona's side with that barrier 200. Whereas Meta Birdie opted to skip it, just go for the life aura and not bother with the barrier 200. A lot more offensive area play with Shirona's folder here, with 5 area grabs versus Meta Birdie's 2. But of course, not going to have nearly as many Judge Men to deal with area grabs either, so it's going to be interesting to see this. And you also want to keep in mind that because this is Infinite Beast, those area grabs can also just be converted into free damage by using the Beast chip charge. And
Someone is asking.
Alright. And what else?
Mega Forte in Twitch chat just asked, what's Warp Step? So Warp Step is a bug that you can get from bugging your Navicust that it makes it so that you always skip the max, like as many panels as there are available. So if you're in the back row and you move forward, you jump all the way to the front. So you can no longer center yourself, you can only move to basically the corners of your area. So you can have a lot of interesting defensive play there, but you can also end up taking a lot of damage if your opponent takes advantage of it, right? Because you can no longer move into certain panels. That means you can no longer dodge certain attacks as well. So it can be a bit of a double-edged sword right there. Yeah, like ice panels, except instantaneous. Like you don't travel through those panels at all. You just teleport.
Yeah. I believe that's probably what HonorNite is referring to when he says intentional warp step. That might be what bugged undershirt might give you, I'm assuming. Because you can't have any bugs on ShironaNep side. So that must mean Meta Birdie has some warp step going on.
Oh yeah, that is interesting.
And I think one more thing I did want to mention was actually the recovery 300s on Meta Birdie's side, because Meta Birdie already has a gazillion HP, and then it's 300 times 2 on top of that. And the other thing I thought was really spooky about Meta Birdie's build was all the traps. You basically don't know what is on Meta Birdie whenever a trap is up, because both Meta Birdie has element trap, anti-damage, anti-damage, and anti-recovery.
Yeah, and that mind game can really keep your opponent on their toes, especially if they're trying to run recovery 300, because that anti-recovery, you don't wanna pop that with your recovery 300.
I think when you pop an anti-recovery, it's more mental damage than actual just damage in general.
Yeah, definitely there's the psychological damage that you're taking there. But yeah, definitely it's going to be really interesting to see how all these defensive options play out. And yeah, Meta Birdie, as you mentioned, those 2 recovery 300s as well, boosting their total HP up to 3,200. So it's going to be interesting to see if Shirona can shoot through all of this HP. Definitely has the tool to do it. Bug Death Thunder can just shoot out infinite damage. So with that, I think we can jump right into the set. And you see these top conveyor panels that aren't going to do anything because it's a Falzar versus Falzar matchup. They do look cool though.
They do. I like how they move. Also, Dombar is saying that the music is a bit loud. Okay. Good. Oh, I think chip charging the traps away actually throws me off even more. Because you expect them to come out at some point.
Yeah, that's what's really interesting about carrying those traps is actually just the threat of them. They can just make your opponent play differently. So even when you've already charged them and used them for free damage, your opponent doesn't know that. So. Looks like Meta Birdie is going to use this full cust here. Oh wow, already but PDT from Shirona and a slow gauge. Meta Birdie gonna need to pop this full cust.
It's great that they actually brought it.
Oh no, not able to hold the BDT quite yet on Meta Birdie's side. Shirona does have one extra cust compared to Meta Birdie. So was able to hold BDT. Meta Birdie just gonna play defensively. Life Aura coming out here.
Ooh, that invisible. If this erasement lands, it's going to be very juicy. Yeah.
Oh wow, very nice play from Meta Birdie here. Just waiting, watching Shirona's pattern there, and then just stepping down in the middle of that.
Oh yeah, I think Meta Birdie's waiting for the charge. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that very well played here. Using those effects to interrupt that BDT charge.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay, now Meta Birdie's just flexing. Come on. Using the Dust Beast charge in order to fly off of the field here, dodging this BDT. And now Meta Birdie has pulled their own BDT as well, so this the situation is going to equalize.
Okay,
yeah, the BDT leaves the field as well.
Okay. I'm going to be very impressed if Meta Birdie actually dodged. Okay, yeah. It was very difficult to dodge BDT in 2 area.
Ooh. Unfortunately, this won't pierce, or this won't break the barrier 200, so it's still gonna basically get its value out there, blocking 1 BDT potentially.
Interesting. Waiting to use the Judgment. Maybe it's an attempt to see more area come in.
Oh, well. Oh, wow. Okay, that worked out. That worked out perfectly there for Meta Birdie. That BDT connecting and popping the anti-damage there during the machine gun animation.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay, I actually didn't notice that. Ooh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, this is a high pressure situation for both players now, with multiple BDTs out in the field.
I think going into Tomahawk Cross is the correct decision here. Yep.
Yeah. Both players have that same realization. Ooh, Sanctuary coming out for Shirona, but oh, very nice here.
That was very unfortunate for Shirona actually, because Meta Birdie brought the exact thing that was needed for that exact turn. Oh, and the Judgment to take this area back? Ooh.
Ooh, and it's a direct hit as well.
no stun because of the status card there, but it is going to hurt.
So Birdie is loading up this element trap here, but can't really use it as long as there's BDTs on the field, or an enemy BDT on the field, I should say.
Wait, what happens if you do?
It basically doesn't do anything at all.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, so you see the element trap was used, but no trap came up. That's because the BDTs were already on the field. Your opponent's BDTs.
They actually had no idea. I had no idea it was so bad. Looks like Birdie's out of chips, so there's no chance of taking this area back. So if Shirona can... Yep, Shirona takes all this area. I don't think there's any way for Birdie to take this back.
Oh wow, the 200 HP or 200 damage anti-damage connection as well, decrossing that Tengu.
Yeah, I think ground cross is the best thing here. But I don't think there's any way to time this out. Yeah.
Yeah, with all these area grabs, Shirona is just able to camp forward with Tomahawk and finish it off.
I kind of felt like Birdie might have been using the judgments a little too generously. Or the other way, the one that gets you less value off the chip.
I think, yeah, maybe just using them a little bit too early. With this 2 area grab to 5 area grab difference, those judgmen, the judge trio, they do need to be used wisely here.
Oh. Those are some nice attempts to get some wind racks and elect pulses combos, but I don't think any of those worked. Also, I don't know if Birdie forgot 2 Beast. I mean, going to Dust, my bad.
Oh yeah, I think that might have been the case. Losing out on that one turn of the trash chute, that is going to be... That might be a problem in terms of drawing the BDT first.
And these shots aren't going to hurt very much at all, being that they're one attack.
Ooh, and here's the BDT already. From both players, actually.
I wonder... Oh.
Ooh.
Right. ShironaNep has it too. But I believe it's only 1 copy. Yeah. Ooh, still no way to deal with these holy panels here.
Ooh, this Erase Man is gonna get decrossed though.
Oh, right. That's probably why the Dust Cross was... I mean, that was in good use of the Beast Charge. Yeah, this is a good way of getting rid of the holy panels.
Yeah, Dust Beast is pretty powerful, both defensively and offensively, and for that utility of clearing out the holy panels. Unfortunately, wasn't able to center himself there due to the warp step, so Meta Birdie potentially could have cleared out all of the holy panels with a single charge, but had to use 2 there.
I'm kind of curious about what Meta Birdie's thinking by throwing out the bug fix there. Maybe it's to have a chance at staying at the front row.
Oh no, not this bug again.
Oh no.
Yeah, you've got to get that element trap up before the BDT is on the field.
Oh, maybe that. Okay, yeah. Because of the warp step, Meta Birdie is able to stay in the front row without loot because the area was bound to just leave at some point. Full synchro.
Ooh, I don't think we've seen Element Man SP from Shirona yet, so if Shirona does have that, that would be 480 damage.
Meta Birdie does have the anti-navi in case something happens, but there is an anti-damage from ShironaNep side, so it wouldn't be too much trouble if it does actually happen.
So there was the Element Man SP there, and Meta Birdie getting some of this area back, the area grab as well, but the Wind Rack not connecting here. 600 HP gap between the two players, but with BDT you never know what's going to happen.
I love this movement to dodge the BDTs here. I think maybe that's probably why Meta Birdie decided to not use the bug fix.
Ooh, it's just gonna pop the anti-damage here, that one book.
Ooh, that was Meta Birdie's last judgment, I believe.
Oh no! Oh no, not this situation again.
But yeah, the reflector. Yup, so unless there's a way to get out of this. Actually I like the idea of continuing to keep the movement bug, because I think that's the only shot that Meta Birdie has at dodging these now. Yeah.
Unfortunately, with only one column of panels to work with. Oh! Connects here. Shirona does have Life Aura now, though.
Oh, you're right. Oh, but the Tengu Cross. Ooh.
Oh!
Oh, I think this is it! Bug fix, go to the middle.
Oh!
Okay, now they just have to shoot. Yeah!
Oh!
That's how you use bug. Wait, they could have just chip charged it. Either way.
No, because Meta Birdie was in Balzar.
Oh, yeah.
They had to.
Tengu
Yeah,
Beast.
and Tengu Beast, I mean. And Meta Birdie had to bug fix there. Chip charging that bug fix would have missed. The Tengu Grub does not do that AoE.
That's right. That was pretty great. That was very on the spot thinking, and I loved it.
Wow, alright. That final chip bug fix taking the game right there.
Oh, was that a full cast from ShironaNep's side? Because I don't think we saw the element trap from Birdie there.
I think Birdie opted not to take the element trap and just went straight for a full cast.
Oh, okay. Maybe I left away.
Yeah, so here comes the BDT drop for Birdie. Oh wow, surprisingly, Sharona hasn't pulled their BDT yet.
Ooh, and that is two area grabs used up by ShironaNep. Actually, is kind of important with the lack of judgments used by Birdie so far.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind that those previous two matches, really close matches, and Sharona was able to get that area advantage at the very end. So if Sharona isn't able to do the same thing here, Birdie might have a better shot at this one.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, unfortunate here. Getting area back at least.
Oh, misimprint, perhaps?
I think maybe just trying to rush through the reflector to get to the C-Race.
Oh, yeah. That makes a lot more sense, yeah. So that way the BDT can land there as well.
Yeah, and then you get a lead on the BDT charge as well. It got reset a bit there with Sharona's Wind Wrath, but wow, that element trap. Yeah, this is a great situation for Birdie here. Everything is working out.
Yeah, Birdie has most of their HP. They have a bunch of defenses. There's not too much reason to lose any of this stuff. Ooh, yeah. Not much you can do with the aura up. I think we just have to see a Tengu cross from ShironaNep's side. Yeah, there's only 2 wind rats in there, and if those were used for something else, then you might not be able to get rid of that aura.
Yeah, here comes the Tengu to deal with the aura. Ooh! That is maybe not a great situation. I don't think that trade was going to work out well for Sharona either way, but...
Yeah, true. With how little HP there is left. Oh! Okay.
Ooh.
Unless that's element trap, I think they're fine.
Oh no!
Oh, wait. Okay, there's a chance. Cap the middle. Cap the middle. Oh no! Never mind. Oh, ShironaNep in Twitch chat posting the not like this Twitch emote.
Well, that was a great set though. That first match going to ShironaNep there with that end of the match area play just to get all of that area, corner Birdie, almost pulled it off again in that second match, and then Birdie managed to turn it around and then take games 2 and 3. So well played to both players there, and I do think that's the only BDT mirror matchup we're gonna see. I don't think any other players brought BDT, but yeah, I mean, I'm personally not a fan of BDT, but I think that was a really exciting set to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I really, really liked the ending for round 2. I think there was such what's it called? It was such big brain thinking on the spot, spontaneous thought process. I don't know. It was very smart to
No, all all
All-
according to plan.
all according to plan. No, I have to agree. I have to agree. The ideas were in Might and Birdie's head, and the ideas played out perfectly. I really enjoyed how that played out.
Yeah, Meta Birdie, just an actual god at the end of that match. Just using that bug fix to center themselves and get those P shots to finish it off.
And electing not to use the bug fix the entire time to have a chance at dodging in that one panel area, that was amazing.
Yeah, and a great demonstration of the defensive applications of Warp Step. But yeah, well played to Meta Birdie and ShironaNep. And with that, I think we can head into setups for the next set of the day.
Oh, look, it's you.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not me.
What? Is this someone else using your name, or?
Yeah, it must be. It must be. But yeah, we've got the first Gregar versus Falzar matchup of the day. So we had Gregar versus Gregar for our first set, Falzar versus Falzar for our second set, and also they were it was Colonel Force versus Colonel Force. I'm gonna conveniently ignore the Bug-Rise sword there in Desmond's shoulder, and then BDT versus BDT, and now we're seeing the cross version rivalry here, Gregar versus Falzar. And you see Symes' folder here, it is the pretty standard 2200 HP setup for Gregar, except it basically replaces some of the Navicus programs is in there with a custom 2 and a Meg folder 1 instead. So you see Symes bringing in 2 Blast Men in here. Kind of an interesting choice. And yeah, it's a very interesting folder here coming out from Symes. You've got the attack plus 30 and the Colonel Force, of course, so that's just a typical Gregar Giga chip right there. But then you've got this S code. S code is pretty interesting. It's got a lot of different really good chips. You've got the Bubble Star 3s, Risky Honey 1, Flash Bomb 3s. And then there's the Slashman SP in code. So there's a lot of paralysis. There's a lot of different effects to interrupt your opponent and status your opponent there.
There's also the grab bandages in S that Symes just has 2 copies of.
Yeah, and that's those grab bandages as well, really good. Element Man SP. So Symes splashing into E code here to get the Element Man SP. Symes loves that Element Man SP, just the versatility of the chip and the power of the chip. It's really good there. So it's a fast gauge Gregar setup here. So it's trying to use all these paralysis and status effects in combination with this fast gauge and just whittle down your opponent to the point that the Colonel Force can finish them off. And with that attack plus 30 attached to it, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. So the HP threshold to actually take your opponent down, not going to be all that low.
And I think one more thing I have to say about Symes' build is at least that there's a lot of the 2 Blast Man plus 2 Element Man basically means the opponent, if they're playing Falza, they probably don't want to go into Tomahawk Cross. At least it's going to be very scary.
Yeah, I think Tomahawk Cross definitely would get removed very quickly by the Blast Man, Element Man SP. Having 2 Blast Mans, that's an interesting choice for the Mega plus 1. And I feel like, I'm not sure how well that would work out against like a high HP, like a mirror matchup type setup. I feel like there'd be a bit of an edge going to the Gregar player, especially because Symes only has 1 fast gauge if you look at that. So if Symes' opponent was like a double slow gauge Gregar with a similar HP, and then Mega Chips geared versus a Gregar matchup. I feel like that this build would struggle, but this looks really well tailored to taking down a Falzar setup.
Could we actually talk about this other Neryth's build? I'm actually noticing a lot of things that are actually. I have many questions about the double both gauges, the singular Element Man, and the is that? Oh, that's recovery. You don't even okay. I thought it was bodyguard, but it's not. It's not. No invis is happening? Whoa, wait, what is this build? Hold on, could you talk about this? What are your thoughts on Neryth's build? Neryth?
This is a pretty normal build in my opinion. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. You can see that this guy chose to run only a single Mega Chip. So this might be referring to the fact that he has no friends. So he can only rely on himself. Only one. Yeah, there's only room in his heart for that one Element Man.
I mean, Element Man's a cool friend. He's like 4 friends in one.
Or yeah, right. I guess. So there's the double slow gauge, double fast gauge, like you mentioned. So that exists purely to confuse my opponent.
I mean,
it serves no practical purpose whatsoever. And really, I pull those and I just use all 4 of them in one turn. Right? So slow gauge, fast gauge, slow gauge, fast gauge. Okay, in all seriousness, so this build is basically just me throwing as many null chips into my folder as possible, and I've got double slow gauge, I've got double fast gauge. I think it's actually good because that puts you on even ground versus someone who is running double slow gauge or running double fast gauge, and you can just evaluate on the spot. Hey, this is a BDT build. They've got double slow gauge, so I'm just gonna hold on to both fast gauges. Or hey, this is like a status-oriented build, or this is gonna be like paralysis lock and stuff like this, and chaining different statuses on you. So I'm gonna hold on to both slow gauges, and I'm just gonna use the slow gauges if they try to fast gauge. So in theory, Symes only has that one fast gauge. So having 2 slow gauges here does mean I should have the choice to just drag these turns out. 5 panel grabs, 5 area grabs, so there's a lot of area control there. And I specifically, with this build, want to go into Tengu Beast and use the Tengu Breath Beast chip charge. So those panel grabs are really good in that if there's like center, or if there's super holes, right? If it's a super hole field, perma hole field, I can just use the panel grabs to get around that. I can still limit their movement, and then I can get the Tengu Breath in regardless of the area.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
I like that. Alright.
Oh, and it's typical for me. It is actually normal for me to just not run defense, like not run proper defense. So
okay.
No invis, no anti-damage. I have 1 anti-damage just to throw people off. So.
Gotcha. I think I haven't seen enough of your builds, Neryth's builds, to identify the pattern. But I think that's all I got. If you're good, I'm about ready to move on to the match.
Yeah, I think we can jump into the set.
I want to step in real quick and thank LoxLebo for the $50 donation we just got. Thank you. And with that, we will be going into round 3, Symes versus Neryth.
Yeah, looking at it now, this is quite the HP difference.
It really is. There aren't any heat recoveries on Symes' side though, so it won't be getting any higher than this.
Yeah, that's actually unfortunate for me. I really wanted to terrorize him with anti-recovery.
Oh yeah, it is in there. And not bodyguard. You're beat?
Yeah, I got beat and rush. Double life aura. Life aura on both players turn 1.
And it doesn't look like there's any way to deal with it other than that reflector. But I don't... We'll see what happens, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, if that beast charge connected, it would have taken down the life aura.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, Symes does have the attack max in there. And I've also got attack max, so...
Sorry.
Yeah, that is one thing we didn't talk about, actually. I actually did bring in attack max, so it's an attack 5 Balzar build.
Oh, okay, then that gives you the max damage on your beast charges, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm aiming for.
What are you digging for, actually? Because you can basically blow through your entire folder, since it's all star, basically. Oh, Z-code? Oh.
Yeah, at least it's halved on the holy panels, but
It's definitely not a good feeling when you just randomly push B and get hit by it.
yeah, I should have stepped under the Flash Bomb 3, but it's been a long time since I've played against Flash Bombs.
Oh wow, Neryth, you don't even have a reg. You just kind of roll with it.
Yeah, no regs, no tags. I think at this point I was thinking about going to Tomahawk, but I realized. So I was basically just gonna have to eat this Flash Bomb 3 or sacrifice Tomahawk, and probably take a lot of damage in the process. Then I was trying to make that decision here.
I think thinking about it makes sense because Symes does have all the stuff to deal with SoulXCross, but you don't really want the blind. But then again, I don't know how much trouble it would be to be blinded on your side.
Depending on the beast charge, it can be kind of bad. Like if it's the default Gregor, if it's base Balzar, then you won't jump.
It was excellent waiting on your side. Oh, that was a great turn for you. Okay, Symes does not seem to have a way to deal with these holy panels just yet, which is actually kind of scary for Symes. Yeah. So, any attempt to try and bring this back will not turn out too well. At least not right away. Oh, yeah. Base charge could also deal with these panels as well. Oh? Okay, you have the super armor, it's fine, you can get all 3 hits. Oh, good, so oh, I like the idea of this boulder. Now that I'm seeing it.
Yeah, the Tengu Breath, when you do get the 3 hits off, it is a lot of damage.
How much is it actually, if you know the numbers?
I'm not sure. 390,
Okay.
I think. It's 130 each.
Wow, that's actually a lot. I had no idea.
I think it's technically possible to get more than 3 hits off if you have like sliding happening.
Oh, like if they're going up or down or forward or back through the breath.
I think it's possible for it to get pretty ridiculous.
Nice patience from Symes to wait out that slow gauge before actually letting that pass.
Oh god, yeah, I stepped down. That's a pretty costly mistake there. Exactly 200 HP.
Wait, that was only 200? I thought it was 4.
Oh no, I mean there's a 200 HP
Oh
difference.
yeah. Absolutely, yes. There's a 200 HP difference from moving down. Yeah, going from 1,450 to 870 in that single turn. And that was a fast gauge turn.
Yeah, but most of Symes' damage should be coming out pretty quickly, if you think about it. Since that is the type of folder he's running.
Ooh, I wonder if that was a mistake. Ooh. Even if you do go into like a Tengu Cross here, it's going to be a little scary. If you get bubbled or something. Okay. If Symes is going into a different cross, then maybe he'll be okay.
Yeah, I actually don't have anything to deal with the Slash Beast though, so I think Symes should actually just stay in Slash. Like, I don't have Meteor Knuckle, I don't have Grandman SP, so it would have to be Beast Charge.
Yeah, I don't actually see the goal for Charge Beast, because the charge is kind of... I don't think it's ever going to hit. Normally. Wow! You dodged all of it.
Yeah, a big issue here is actually that I don't have slow gauge out. So I have 2 slow gauges, but everything's in fast gauge right now.
See, this is why. You should have at least tagged something, man. I don't know. I was very surprised. Then you had nothing tagged or anything.
Nah, next time I'll bring 3 slow gauges.
Alright, sounds good, man. Oh, how much did that do?
Not enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it was not enough, but it looked cool.
Yeah, it did do the double damage on that first hit, so...
going for the double flash bomb here?
Yeah, I think one or both of them could end up being charged here to get rid of the holy panels.
Right. And
So I think the one grab banish. Yeah, to get that area back, and then
okay, that's good value off the life bar there. That's good at least. Ooh, this could potentially be game, but those back panels, those far end holy panels are not leaving. Unless you use get him. Now Cold Force will not be working. Oh, this might be over Symes. Hold up. Okay, no, I think it's over for you.
yeah, it was close, 50 HP, but it is the Kernel Force retaliation.
It all looked really good though. You definitely almost pulled that back.
One way that could have gone the other way is if I used a slow gauge partway into the turn, because then the turn would have ended before Symes had a chance to use the Kernel Force.
Yeah, the holes wouldn't have come back yet. Is what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, but I didn't predict Kernel Force that turn, so it was complete fluke that just happened to be his Kernel Force turn.
Yeah, okay. It looked really cool, that entire turn.
Yeah, I mean, I almost had him at 50 HP.
Yeah, really. And you had the 5 attack too, so it could have definitely just been your game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't lined up for that erase man there. I think he had it regardless, just the Kernel Force damage should have been able to do it.
Yeah, because it looked like you... Right, you don't run defense. Okay, great. That could have gone a little sticky if that mock gun landed.
Yeah, I'm even standing on the bottom.
Oh, thank you right away. Is it time to attack? Okay, great, life bar. Oh yeah, that was a great response. Yeah. I like that. That's one way to get around it. Otherwise, if you beast charged it, you would have gotten hit by the anti-damage.
Alright, I need to spin my chair 180 degrees. And just
Sure thing.
I just need to look at the wall for a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll take care of the ending here. I'll take care of the ending. Surely this /man SP won't land on your Tengu beast. There's no way. That could never happen. Oh yeah, Edwin GP in chat claiming that if Neryth went Tomahawk Cross, that would have been kind of crazy with all those beast charges, because there's no way to dodge those boomer wing thingamajigs. I fear for you, Neryth. B, wait, what? How This doesn't seem so bad. Oh, right. I don't know why I didn't put two together. GG's, man. GG's.
All right, I'm back. What happened?
Oh, it's over here. Don't look. Okay. This is looking pretty grim. No Tengu. I don't know if there are any win racks. Okay, there are win racks. Yep, three. This is possible. If Symes just unplugs his controller, perhaps there's a chance.
So what did I miss?
Oh, no, nothing. It's not over yet. Please. Unless you still want to watch. Okay, yeah, that's it. Oh, good thing Symes doesn't play with the controller. I guess if Symes threw his keyboard off the table for some reason. Alright, GG's, that's actually over, Neryth. You can come back if you'd like.
Alright, so yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to view that, that section of that final match, but yeah.
I can confirm that that Neryth guy, he played perfectly. He won against Symes. It was one of the best matches I've ever seen. I'm so sorry you could not see the ending for it.
That's okay. I'll just catch it on YouTube.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
Okay, yeah. So a mysterious outcome, I guess, to that set.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. You have my condolences. But, it's not that... condolences that you couldn't watch the ending.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just puzzled. I'm not sure what happened there. I can't wait to see it on YouTube, though.
Absolutely. Sometimes our chairs, they just do what they want. Yeah, that is the last game for me. I will be swapping out with Symes, and it was great having. Thanks for having me. There's the words that were going to come out of my mouth. All right. Thank you very much, and have a good one, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Nonstop. And yeah, that was some great casting, some great matches to cast, rather.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was great to cast with you for the first time. That was great.
Yeah, it was our first time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So thanks for everybody, and I'm gonna get going. Have a good one, everyone.
All right, and I think we'll have our fellow Canadian Symes stepping in here to fill Nonstopmop's shoes.
Yeah, hello, Symes here. Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened at the end of the last match. I also missed it, so definitely gonna have to catch that on YouTube later.
Yeah, I mean, I think during the set, I just blacked out. I kind of just woke up like in the back alley, and I had to make my way back inside the house and then get back on the computer and then type GG well played.
Yeah, just that just happens sometimes. So.
But yeah, I think with that, we can jump into our next set for today, which I think is Josue versus Salad.
Yeah, so looking at Salad's setup, we see this Bug Rise sword setup.
Yeah, Salad does like that Bug Rise sword. I'm not even sure what to say about it. I feel like it's pretty common for me to to turn around and look at Salad, and Salad is like doing some sort of cursed setup that is very difficult to pull off. And I think that's the case here of this Bug Rise sword, as usual.
Yeah, I mean, if we see Salad has a roll 3, 2 roll 2s, and 2 recover 300s, so that's a lot of recovery in one folder.
Oh yeah, that is true. And what's pretty interesting here is that there are the 2 panel grabs as well, just to help with that bug rise sword, stepping in and getting that at the end game. But yeah, a lot of defense here. The 3 invis, 3 anti-damage, element trap, anti-navi. It's just a ton of these traps. And then barrier 200, life aura. And then, like you mentioned, all of that recovery from that the rolls, and then recovery 300s as well.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see if Salad can get on a roll in this match.
Yeah, I guess so. And then on Josue's side, it's pretty interesting. This is an attack 5. And we did mention this is a Gregar versus Falzar here. So this is an attack 5 Falzar. So 1700 HP, attack 5 Falzar. Pretty interesting and a pretty uncommon build here.
Yeah, I think it's I actually kind of like this. They have the Cuss 2, they have the max attack, they have bug stop, first barrier to protect dust, and even undershirt. So that's actually a pretty good set of pretty well balanced Cuss with both buster stats and some utility.
Yeah, I like it as well. The interesting thing here is yeah, they did manage to get a lot in there in exchange for the typical like rush and beat, and there's no charge max or anything. But yeah, J code here, J and G, it looks like. And this is pretty interesting. You see drill arms. That's not something you see every day either.
Yeah, I think for Infinite Beast that's pretty interesting. I'm not actually sure how the Beast tries to jump with it. I'm assuming it tries to use it point blank to get more hits in with it, but in this format it could definitely be a pretty interesting choice.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not this plays out for Josue. And
so Charge Max also does nothing in this format, so it makes sense for them to not have it here.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't influence the any of the beast charging, so.
Yeah, I think that's a common misconception that I see a lot of newer players make. That would be actually pretty interesting if it did. And
yeah,
they
that's
also
true.
have this Destroy Pulse, so.
Yeah, Destroy Pulse, always a solid option there. Not carrying any extra copies of any of the pulses though, so I mean, when it comes out, it'll come out, and if Salad sees any of the individual pulses being played, they'll know that there's no Death Pulse coming. So 3 Wind Racks, 3 area grabs, 1 get, and the Neo variable is interesting, especially, I mean, it's pretty common running it because it's in code with the Meteor Knuckle. Groundman SP as well, and then the uninstall. So there's a lot of damage here potentially coming out from these chips. Meteor Knuckle, we all see some pretty solid Meteor Knuckles there, especially in a kind of matchup like Falzar versus Gregar. Those panels breaking could be pretty impactful. Salad is running float shoes and not air shoes, so it is possible to corner Salad here with the Meteor Knuckles and prevent movement. So
yeah, other than the drill arms, this actually almost looks like a standard format folder.
Yeah, I think so as well.
So it'll be interesting to see how it does here with the Infinite Beast out. So I think with that, unless there's anything else you want to add, we can head into the match.
Last thing I want to mention is just that this will be a normal gauge matchup here. Neither player brought any gauges. Josue has that full cust, and that's it. So But with that, I think we can jump into the setups, or into the match itself. Yeah, I'm really curious about how these drill arms will work out.
Yeah, actually, one more thing I want to mention that I just noticed is the only thing Josue has to reclaim their area is that one Judgment. They have a no grab banish or grab revenge, or even a Judgment SP could have been good to go with their other J code chip. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage their area against Salad's very high area setup.
Yeah, and it's going to be more critical protecting your own area here. Once Salad pops that Bug Rise Sword. Then this is a Dust Beast versus Erase Beast setup right here, so it's possible we're going to see some Erase Tails come out.
Oh wow, and not just the wind track. I'm surprised they didn't but that drill arm will clear the anti-damage. They're taking a lot of damage from the tail arrow on SoulXCross.
Yeah, it's not a BDT setup or anything, so I feel like the SoulXCross wasn't critical in terms of like trying to dig for your BDT or dig for that really high impact chip. So I feel like it might have been safe there for Josue to switch crosses. Choosing to stay in base Balzar form here. Oh, connecting to that wind rack, Sad, stepping into it, getting that D-cross. Roll 3 coming out, offering a bit of recovery to Salad. Not able to get through that life aura though.
Yeah, they do have the get on here, so get on is pretty interesting in this format because with Balzar having the Perma air shoes, you're not really that likely to get anything from get on against Balzar. But against the no shoes Gregar setup like what Salad has, that could be a huge amount of damage from beast charges afterwards.
Ooh, and yeah, what's interesting here is... Oh, and that is not anti-damage, so... Oh, but it gets blocked. The Meteor Knuckle gets blocked by Invis right here.
Yeah, I think just beast charging the get on against Gregar with no air shoes was pretty interesting instead of using it. And that warp bug is actually very useful for Salad there because without it, the Meteor Knuckle would have trapped her in the corner, but with the warp bug able to escape to the top row.
Yeah, definitely. The second time today, we're seeing Warp Step come in clutch here, being used defensively like this.
Yeah, Warp Step, it definitely has its moments. It's definitely not an entirely bad bug to have, as we see it can be very useful in.
Ooh, but we are seeing Josue taking advantage of it here, using a Tomahawk Beast Charge. With Warp Step, you can't... Well, you can dodge it, that's very difficult.
Yeah, I think usually you'll probably be taking at least one hit from it there, and ooh, the Bubble Star to D-Cross charge.
Ooh, and very interesting choice there. Josue chose not to use that drill arm, instead opting to try to combo into this Death Pulse. But I don't see... Yeah, Salad is just gonna cross out here. Ooh, the Erase Man getting stolen here.
Ooh, and Heat Beast against Tomahawk Beast. This could be a
Yeah, a huge amount of damage coming out from that heat breath for that ×2 D-cross.
Yeah, I think Salad only has attack 4, but I think the attack +1 from a heat cross also makes that attack 5.
Yeah, I think you're right. That does boost it up. Josue on the back foot here, looking for options, trying to get up enough damage to potentially take Salad down here, but 1000 HP, still a lot to chew through.
Yeah, and I don't think Salad has actually popped the BRS yet, so, and it's still already done all this damage. Oh, there it is.
Ooh, and that's not anti-damage.
Oh, is that element trap that we
Yeah.
should see Josue about to drop to it? Yeah, there it is.
Ooh, and Josue just has this Neo variable left. One to uninstall here. Can try chip charging the uninstall, but it's not going to be enough. Alright, and I think that was the only hit Bug-Rise Sword did that game.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just to finish them off at 1 HP. So yeah, Bug-Rise Sword definitely pulling its weight here so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit awkward compared to its sibling in Falzar, Bug Depth Thunder, because you can't really dig for it as Gregar. I was gonna say those cracked panels are starting to become a problem, but I guess Skeleton made it, so it's not the same. So Salad and Invis right here, but Josue does have access to these pulses. Opting not to use them, maybe holding them for the Death Pulse, but I was thinking that would be a good way to clear this and the trap at the same time.
Yeah, instead they're going for this ground cross with the drill arm, so if that could land, that would be pretty interesting. Oh, they don't get it off in time. That's unfortunate.
Ooh, that is Erase Beast now. That is going to be a lot of damage if the Erase Tail connects. Trap coming out from Salad. Oh, actually, I don't know if there's enough. Yeah, there should be enough time, right?
Yeah, half a
Yeah.
turn, it should be Oh, that's... I'm not sure if that was intentional.
Yeah,
The
I'm not sure about
N1
that.
GP is saying they mistimed the charge 3 times in a row.
Okay. Alright, yeah, that sounds like Salad. But you know what? You can just play that off. That was intentional. Salad just wanted to reach that roll.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not Salad, it's the entire N1 GP.
True, true. Okay, so that chance for that ×2 Erase Tail has passed. Josue has swapped out Spout and done a double wind rack right there. D-Cross really evening up HP here. Ooh, Bugrai Sword coming out. 200 damage Judgment, connecting and decrossing with that Spout Cross. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
The area grab.
Going Tengu against this Bugrai Sword is kind of spooky.
Yeah, definitely not my first choice. Best Pulse coming out here. A lot of an Invis and full cast, so gonna be able to rush into the next turn here. Oh, okay, not using that Invis defensively here. I don't think Rush has been popped yet, actually.
Oh no! Was that a... I think that was 3 hits from the Tomahawk Beast charge.
Yeah, that felt like 3 hits for sure.
I think Salad should definitely still have some of their recovs though.
Yeah, I don't think this is over quite yet. But we'll see if Salad has drawn some of it.
Finally draws the Bug Fix.
Ooh, yeah, there's the roll 3. This is at least going to offer some healing.
And so I think right now Salad has the anti-navi up.
Oh! Wow, Bubble Star 3 into the drill arm finish. Alright, so well, we finally saw the drill arm come into play, and it seems to be about equal to Bugrai Sword.
I mean, the first round, the Bugrai Sword was used to finish off Josue, and now this round, the drill arm was used to finish off Salad, so... Yeah, drill arm clearly just as good as the Bugrai Sword. Ooh, and not able to get their Invis out.
Yeah, maybe should have just Beast Charged it, because Salad does have Rush, and Josue only has those 2 Invis. Interesting. That is Josue's only Geddon being played right now. Gonna lock Salad down here, but we'll see if Salad has the defense to prevent this damage from coming in.
I think using it with the full cost.
Oh! Oh, wow.
And there it is, the drill arm with the ground cross chip charge. And then 1 tail arrow on ground cross basically immediately evens it up.
Yeah, I think that was slightly in Josue's advantage, but that basically almost equalized it, that 1 tail arrow. That's the price you pay for staying in ground cross, or rather being in ground cross versus erase. Ooh. that.
Yeah, I think using all those wind racks in a row before the bubble star definitely didn't work out for Josue there. If they had ordered it differently and used the bubble star before one of their wind racks, they might have been able to get the D cross on a race there.
Yeah, but just instead we see the solid defensive movement from Salad, just dodging both wind racks. Defense getting dropped here from both players. Assume Josue is gonna pop this. Oh no, it's gonna get destroyed by the Erase Man.
And then probably followed up by a bunch of damage from that Gregor Vulcan.
Oh wow, that drill arm actually destroyed the barrier 200.
But there's that destroy pulse. Let's see if this will connect.
Ooh, and it was anti-Navi. Yeah, we'll see whether or not this can connect. Invis does block the Blast Man. Ooh, and roll 3, kind of reversing their HP situations a bit. Roll 2 used just for the healing here. Basically a recovery 120.
I know Eurasia has used roll 2s before in the past, so definitely just that little bit of extra damage and extra healing is not bad.
And oh man, there goes the rush. Life Aura are gonna come out and protect Josue a bit here, but I think the Erase Tail is gonna take care of that.
Yeah, I think against this Erase for the entire round after whiffing those wind racks, I'm kind of surprised Josue never went for that Tengu beast.
Oh wow, this could be good though. Neil Variable and Meteor Knuckle here. If this pans out, it might be enough.
Yeah, I think using the Meteor Knuckle first though to get the lockdown for the... Oh, but there's the cross slash.
Oh wow, okay, 2 defenses popped here. In prediction of this Meteor Knuckle, most likely.
Yeah, and yeah, Josue is now down to just this last Heat Dragon, so after that they'll have to try and close it out with the Buster.
Ooh, just another roll 2 coming out here. Oh, and a recovery 300 just keeps out a little bit safer, trying to fish for this. Finally gets the Buster Shot out. And Salad takes it 2-1.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting set to watch. I guess in the end, the BRS did end up being slightly better than those drill arms.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, well played to Josue and Salad there. Very interesting set.
Yeah, I think that really could have gone either way, especially if in that last round Josue had just played a played some of their chips a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think so. Or if it just used the crosses a bit more effectively.
Yeah, like if they had gone into Tengu after to try and deal with letting a Gregor player keep a race beast for the entire game, like that's definitely not ideal.
Yeah, you could say that. But with that, I think we can go into setups for our next set of the day. Okay, so we're seeing Meta Birdie versus SoulXCross. And yeah, I think we already saw Meta Birdie today. The 2600 HP BDT setup. And this, I think, is our first time seeing Soul today. Soul choosing to play Gregor here with this very interesting 2000 HP. It's an Air Shoes setup here. It's S code, so you see all the nice chips coming up from that Bubble Star 3, Flash Bomb 3. It's an interesting choice to run that Fire Hit 2 as well. And then the Slash Man SP being encode, of course.
Yeah, and he also has the Splash Muramasa and Splash Super Vulcan.
Yeah, so a lot of potential burst damage coming out here, and I would say Soul's gonna need it against this 2600 HP with double recovery 300 setup from Meta Birdie. BDTs, once they take to the field, are gonna be, Soul's just gonna have to dance around them, gonna have to use his defense well, and try and interrupt as many BDT charges as possible. And yeah, we've seen Meta Birdie set up already. It's got the J code, the triple judge, the judge trio, and then pretty standard chips. But then you've also got the reflector threes, that little bit of extra damage and defense that we see, especially in Infinite Beast format. You see Soul also running 3 of these reflector threes. So yeah, it seems like it's becoming a very, very meta. I know the previous times we ran Infinite Beast, we also saw people experimenting with it and talking about it, and kind of theory crafting and playing around the reflector threes, kind of in anticipation of Beast Rush combos. And then, other than that, you also see this assortment of traps coming from Meta Birdie, anti-nabby, anti-recovery, and anti-damage. It seems like with Infinite Beast, you're seeing a lot more variety in terms of the defensive traps being used.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting seeing so many people going with Element Trap, probably in anticipation of both BDT being used and also like those Elect Balls 2 Beast Rush combos. Because with Element Trap, you usually want to get that Elect one because it will actually paralyze the opponent, so it's much better than like if you just get the Aqua or Fire one. Yeah,
that's true. The Fire one can come in handy, but usually you do want to get that Elect. But yeah, I think with that, only other thing I would want to mention is that this is definitely going to be a slow gauge matchup. Soul has that regged slow gauge, whereas Meta Birdie does have one slow gauge as well. It's 3 slow gauges and 1 full cust going to come in just to speed up this dust digging for the BDT. And we're going to have to see whether or not Meta Birdie can stay alive versus that potential Super Vulcan burst, the Muramasa, Kernel Force, all this potential damage coming out. It can be quite nasty, and we'll see whether or not Soul can keep on his toes and dance away from the BDTs.
Will say Soul's folder with like the Super Vulcan combos and stuff, with only that cost +1, that could be a little bit clunky for his hands. So I wonder if maybe we'll see him going into Charge Cross to expand his cost. Because with this type of folder, I think you probably want a little bit higher than just custom 6.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Cust 6, yeah, can be pretty hard to deal with when you've got stuff like Super Vulcan, Attack the Sturdy, and White Capsule. You want to pull all 3 of those together. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Soul goes into that Charge Cross right off the bat.
And yeah, I think with that we can get right into this match. Yeah, so we see this from a meta Birdie side, and yeah, man, just that 2600 HP, and then also the 2 Recup 300s, so that will be a lot for Soul to get through here.
Yeah, it's going to be pivotal here for Soul to make these chips count and make sure stuff like that Super Vulcan connects.
Yeah, because with both players having slow gauge here, this match is extremely unlikely to go to a potential damage judge situation, so Soul doesn't really have that available as a win condition for him.
Yeah, I think one of these players definitely facing deletion here. This is a death match. Those BDTs just going to be really nasty to deal with, so Soul does not want to run out of fuel halfway through this. Oh wow! Oh wow! All right, right off the bat.
Meta Birdie using the Dust Beast charge to dodge that flash bomb, so that is something Dust Beast charge, which is very useful, is when you use it, it takes you completely off the field, and you basically become completely intangible. So nothing, like you can use it to avoid BDTs, avoid erase tail arrows, and as we saw there, avoid the flash bomb, and also decrossing Soul in the process.
And you see Meta Birdie here, just gonna full cust right off the bat. Didn't really shuffle that much. Already having Dust Pulse here, probably trying to get this ideal Dust Pulse hand.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Not quite ideal. Not, Judge Man instead of Erase Man. Normally you would want an Erase Man to destroy any potential defenses in the way. And looks like it's just going to be an attempt to confirm it with this Wind Rack. Last man coming down, gonna do 120 to Meta Birdie. Oh no! The Wind Rack did remove the Life Aura. Unfortunately, that Death Pulse did not connect right afterwards.
Yeah, that dodge is huge for Soul. He now avoids all those bugs from the Destroy Pulse and also just that big 400 damage. Now we see a Meta Wolfie already has his BDT here. Oh, so this element trap could be big if Soul uses one of his bubble stars when he's in Heat Cross. That would be
Ooh, very nice. Getting a D-Cross and the destruction of this element trap. Ooh, and a Muramasa. Wow, and even the Heat Beast charge connects here for Soul.
Yeah, and with his air shoes and Meta Wolfie not having uninstall, these holes are no problem for Soul to deal with.
Very even HP here. Meta Birdie about to pop this recovery 300. Jump back ahead of Soul a little bit. But this is not a situation that Meta Birdie really wants to be in because of the potential burst damage that Soul could deal with Kernel Force or Super Vulcan. Muramasa has already been played, so don't have to worry about that anymore. But Super Vulcan can still do about 800 damage.
Yeah, it looks like Meta Birdie was thinking of going into Tomahawk there, but against this Heat Beast, going into Tomahawk would be very risky.
Ooh, and the Pulse combo coming out here. Ooh, and I don't think the anti-damage trade was what Soul is looking for there. Very nice movement here, managed to squeeze out that corner.
Yeah, using BDT with a warp step can be feel pretty janky because a lot of the times you'll want to fire a BDT right down the middle row, and with a warp step you can't do that. You can only fire it on the top or bottom, so it can definitely make it more difficult to set up like lock your opponent with BDT.
A lot of defense coming down for Meta Birdie here. Gonna use this element trap just to pop this anti-damage. Ooh, losing the life aura to that Heat Beast charge, but getting the BDT in.
Yeah, one problem for Soul here is that his air shoes are bugged. So he's breaking your own area can be very useful to deny some of the opponent's attacks. But what it's also doing is it's preventing Soul from being able to use his kernel force effectively.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. This Judgment SP does get sidestepped by Soul here. Oh! Oh wow, that Reflector 3. Oh no, the Element Trap! So because the Heat Beast charge was still active there, the Element Trap was just, it just tossed into the void.
Yeah, and Soul's area is actually mostly repaired now. And Meta Wolfie has no defense, so I wonder if we could be seeing the Kernel Force come out here for Soul. I think that would be the game.
Yeah, I think Meta Birdie's only option here is to try and get this Erase Man.
Oh, the fire hit's coming out.
Oh, but this confirms Soul's position. This should be game. Closed out with that P shot right there. Yeah, unfortunately, the fire hit connected, but it actually confirms Soul's position in that row because of the beast jump forward. Even when Soul returns to the original panel, it is just going to be one panel behind. So that Erase Man was just going to connect no matter what there. And seeing that, Meta Birdie knew to just mash out that Erase Man.
Yeah, and so we have a boulder field here, so Oh,
Yeah, grass boulder.
We see Soul immediately use Bug Fix. And both players here have Life Aura.
Ooh, getting rid of that life aura, getting rid of Soul's life aura. Oh, but losing his own as well. Both life auras going down here to fire on grass.
Okay, and Meta Wolfie misses both of the boulders. I mean, Meta Birdie.
Yeah, I don't know who this Meta Wolfie guy is, but Meta Birdie here. The renowned Balzar player.
Yeah, I think Meta Wolfie is like just a Gregor player or something. I don't think they'd really play Balzar that much, so... But Meta Birdie, on the other hand, yeah, definitely known as a one of the best Balzar players.
Ooh, it's Judgeman being stolen, but not going to connect anyways. Oh, wow. Blocking both of them, and I think Meta Birdie has the opportunity here to either Reflector and block this upcoming Slash Beast charge.
Yeah, I think the Reflector would also be a counter hit. Ooh, but now he has the Destroy Pulse.
I think Meta Birdie could also just step back at this point, or step up and just dodge this entirely. I think there's enough time.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to see the Reflector, so...
Yeah, same. But we'll see what Meta Birdie's response to this is.
Oh, the other thing is that Soul might decide to cross out here, realizing that that this Slash Beast charge right here is very unlikely to connect. Oh, it did.
Oh. Well, now you can see why I got hit by a certain Slash Beast. Completely misjudged the speed of that right there. And another one connecting. Soul really getting some value out of that. Slashman and SP also connecting. A ton of damage coming out here.
Yeah, Soul will have to deal with this blind from the Destroy Pulse for quite a while, though. Okay, and Soul's HP stopped going down, so we can tell that he's already finished with his cost.
Yeah, and Meta Birdie here gonna pop these Oh, very nice managing to step up.
Yeah, that was huge. Being able to avoid the third column of Q-Force there.
That Dust Beast charge as well, connecting and decrossing, getting double damage on Soul's Slash Beast as well. Yeah, that wasn't the ideal outcome for Soul there. Wanted to squeeze in just a little bit more damage, and then it might have been a Super Vulcan potential finisher there. But instead, Meta Birdie still has 1200 HP and has this BDT to fall back on now.
Yeah, but Meta Birdie has now used both of their Recuv 300s, so they have. So this 1200 HP is that said, if Soul's able to deal with that.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't take that Erase Cross or that Erase Man into this turn. Gonna block the Splash Bomb with the anti-damage, but That leads right into the Charge Beast chip charge. That was a very nice counter hit with that fire hit right there. Soul just waiting for that timing. And Birdie not able to squeeze out that many BDTs this turn. Just a single one on the field right now.
Yeah, but Birdie now has their area grabs in hand, so if Soul doesn't have any way of dealing with that area this turn, it could actually be a very rough turn for him. Okay, so the first area grab comes down from Birdie. Ooh, but there's the Super Vulcan.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and that's what Birdie had to watch out for. That white capsuled Super Vulcan. It is going to hurt a lot. That anti-damage have been coming in. And leaving Birdie with that 1 HP.
Oh wow, and Birdie. I'm not even sure if he meant to step up there onto the poison because they have that confusion. But helping them avoid taking more damage from that Blast Man.
Honestly, yeah, that was really well played to start there, not taking the double damage from the Blast Man. But honestly, I feel like Birdie should have just let those poison panels be, end up breaking one of them. Soul does have air shoes, and so Soul doesn't have to worry about these broken panels. But those poison panels actually drain quite a bit. So it's pretty funny seeing Soul's HP tick down.
This confusion here will prevent the beast jump, so Birdie will okay. Yeah, now the blind from this Flash Bomb 3 will also prevent the beast jump, but when I was heading into this, I didn't realize that the blind on Flash Bomb 3 was that short.
Dude, that was a solid pulse combo right there, ending with that Dest Pulse, so Soul's gonna have to contend with this custom HP bug now.
Oh wow.
Oh no! Unfortunately, Birdie wasn't standing at the back, so no kunai are gonna come out. But still, stealing that Slash Man SP, that is it's gonna be a big deal here.
Yeah, Soul is in a pretty rough spot right now. And that actually would have been a 2x element trap to decross his heat without that anti-damage, so that was huge for Soul.
Yeah, definitely that the anti-damage saved the day. Still having to deal with these BDTs now, and then defensive chips coming up from Birdie. Including this Life Aura. This is going to be really annoying for Soul to take care of. I'm not sure if this Reflector will get. Okay, it does block it.
Yeah, the Reflector lasts for a surprisingly long time. Oh wow! Oh! Dodging the Heat Beast charge with the Dust charge.
Oh no, this is going to be huge for Meta Birdie. The Element Man freeze and a D-Cross confirmed. Unfortunately, Meta Birdie wasn't able to secure that double damage as well, that bit of swag, the Dust Beast charge.
Yeah, but Soul is now already down to just 200 HP left, and Meta Birdie is still sitting comfortably at 1400, so I don't even think they've used their recovs yet.
Oh.
And yeah, Meta Birdie closes it out with the Buster Shot.
Yeah, well played to Meta Birdie and SoulXCross there. I mean, some really solid play from Soul, especially in that second match. That counter hit with the fire hit, paying off there. Just all that damage coming out, and then closing it off with that the Super Vulcan. But Meta Birdie does manage to take the set 2-1.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun set to watch. Well played by both players. Definitely going up against that Chonk BDT can be pretty rough. So Soul overall, he played that pretty well, especially in the second round. But in that third round, that was just pretty rough for Soul with the Destroy Pulse.
Yeah, that Destroy Pulse value really coming in. I think Soul got hit by a 2 out of 3 matches, or was it 3 for 3? I think it was 2 out of 3.
Yeah, I think Soul actually managed to avoid it in the first round.
Yeah, that's right. There was an attempted wind rack into the Dust Pulse, and Soul actually managed to step back and dodge that. But yeah, a really close set, a really interesting set. Meta Birdie does have that 3,200 total HP after those recovery 300s to work through. Soul did manage to take a match off of Meta Birdie there, and really just a solid play. So, but yeah, I think that was a great set.
Yeah, and I think with that, we'll actually be taking a short break, and then we still have another 5 matches to go, so.
Yep, we'll be on short break for, let's say, 5 minutes? Is that okay with you, Symes?
Yeah, 5 minutes should be fine.
Okay, yeah, we still have, I think, over 90 minutes of matches to go, so we'll see you in 5 minutes. Hello, Mega Man fans. Okay, we are done with our break. Are you ready to go on to the next match? It looks like next is Symes versus Nonstopmop. Are our casters ready?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, transitioning.
Yeah, Symes. Go ahead. Give us your thoughts on the matchup.
Yeah, so looking at Nonstopmop's folder here, we see they have this all this J code. They have Destroy Pulse, which we just saw in the last match from Meta Birdie. They have 5 wind racks, So, yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to get a lot out of a race with all those wind racks. And I think their selection of navies is pretty interesting because, as we see, they have all SP navies, none of those asterisk code navies. They have the B brothers, Judge Man SP, Element Man SP, and probably the most interesting one here, Dust Man SP.
Yeah, definitely the choice to run all SP navies. Really interesting decision from Nonstopmop. At the very least, it is base anomaly, which is a bit easier to deal with for Gregor than Meteor Knuckle, which is just too much of a threat for you to consider going to /cross most of the time.
Yeah, except for the fact that my build actually mostly relies on going slash, because that's what the Flash Bomb 3s and Bubble Stars is meant to like set up the that big slash beast charge. So some of those Meteor Knuckle matchups were definitely pretty rough for me.
Yeah, definitely Meteor Knuckles being such a hard counter to /cross could be pretty oppressive for any /cross oriented build. So at the very least, you know, there's no Meteor Knuckle here. Base anomaly. There isn't even a Ground Man SP actually, so not going to be too worried about that, I would guess.
Yeah, because unfortunately, Dustman is actually only a pseudo break, but he's actually null. So Dustman doesn't really do anything to slash.
But yeah, some pretty interesting builds here. We have seen Symes' build already. Like you mentioned, all those status effects kind of trying to buy time for you to aim and line up for those slash beast charges. You know, they just do so much damage. And then you've got the pretty standard Element Man, SP, Element Man, 2 Blast Mans. So just a lot of fire in this folder you're running, just to make sure that your opponent can't hug Tomahawk, can't get that status guard. On the other hand, it is going to be interesting seeing how you deal with all of these pulse rack setups, the best pulse, and definitely those 5 wind racks. You know, also checking, like you already mentioned, checking that other offensive option, making it hard to use that erase cross without getting decrossed and taking double damage. But I think it's all going to come down to how alphabet soupy the folder that Nonstopmop ends up running feels. Like if you end up pulling all these different codes at the same time, you definitely are going to have to lean into that dust cross and in order to shuffle through and toss a lot of these Navi chips away and try to pull a better hand.
Yeah, I think one last thing I want to mention with the Nonstopmop's folder here is they actually don't have any life aura.
Oh yeah, that is a big deal here. No life aura and no sanctuary, so not running those conventional splash defenses. Whereas you are running both sanctuary and life aura, so we'll see how that comes into play and whether or not that decision to not run life aura and sanctuary. We'll see whether or not that ends up biting Nonstopmop.
Yeah, they do at least have the 2 Recup 300s to go with all those other J-code chips they have, so...
But yeah, I think with that, we can head into the match, unless you've got anything else to say about it.
No, I think we can head right into it. And yeah, so we see another one of these object fields here, so we'll see if Nonstopmop goes for a Dust Cross here, or also they have that that Dustman SP.
Yeah, I think I agree with the decision here. Just stay in base Gregor Beast form here and see what happens. You do see Nonstop going for this turn 1 Dust, so your decision here to try to get to the Race Man pays off. You get double damage and a D-Cross right off the bat. Ooh, that retaliation of that Reflector 3 though.
And so it looks like I'm going for the slash beast charge combo here this turn. So
Ooh, and it does connect. The Judgment SP from Nonstop does miss down here. That blind making it difficult for Nonstop to. Well, actually, Nonstop still has the beast targeting on you. It's just the lock-ons that are going to be a problem.
yeah, and so Nonstop here also already down to just a little bit over 600 HP here.
Oof, that Blast Name SP does not connect. It would have at least taken off that life or anti-damage, I should say. Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately for Nonstopmop here, that Flash Bomb does not connect. And these turn speed and fast gauge, I feel like aren't working out for Nonstop here. Oh, okay. Both players using Reflector 3 right there.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. But we both predicted like the other one to use an attack, so then we both just ended up using their reflectors.
Ooh, that's going to be a lot of damage from that Slashman SP. Unfortunately, that Wind Rack does not connect either. I think Nonstop still has a couple, but and I think this is the Colonel Force turn?
Yeah, with the attack plus 30 as well.
Yeah, so with only 300 HP here. Oh my! Alright, I think this is the end for Nonstop unless they have those recovered 300s, but I'm not sure if they used them already.
Yeah, but that was definitely a great play by Nonstop using a buffered anti-damage with the pulses and wind racks to extend their invincibility there.
Oh wow! I'm even gonna get a bit more value out of the anti-damage there. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough. You do manage to take Nonstop down with just that base Gregor Beast Charge.
Yeah, which it was actually the chip charged life aura there.
Wow, so yeah, Nonstop did have some really solid defensive play there. I was really impressed. Yeah, buffering through that Colonel Force with all of those Beast Rush chips, and then even at the end there, blocking one more hit.
There it is.
Oh yeah, the much feared Dustman SP. instantly putting you on the back foot here.
Yeah, that was 600 damage.
You are trading back respectably here with that Gregor Vulcan, though. Slash Beast coming out. Lining up for this Erase Man. It is just gonna destroy this trap. Yeah, I do believe Nonstop only has anti-damages, so there was no risk of that being anti-nappy. And we're seeing that that blind from the Flash Bomb really coming into play here, stopping Nonstop from even jumping over with the Wind Rack.
I think in this format, Flash Bomb 3 actually has a lot of value with the blind, stopping these jumps.
Yeah, definitely, I can see that, since it's come into play so many times. Ooh, that timing. Really unfortunate for Nonstop there.
Yeah, that was very lucky for me. Yeah, so what happened there is Nonstop wanted to use the Wind Rack, which would have decrossed my erase, but instead we saw the tail arrow come down and knock Nonstop out of dust. So that was definitely a pretty crazy interaction there.
Oh, wow. Alright, well. Yeah, that was a good effort from Nonstop. Just a lot of damage coming out in the end there from those the pulse combos.
Yeah, Nonstop actually was almost able to bring that back. That was actually ended up being kind of close at the end. If they just had some way of surviving that Q force, that definitely could have gone either way, but definitely the big swing was that erase tail arrow interrupting the Wind Rack in the last round.
Yeah, that was a really interesting play. That's something that I would want to look at in frame by frame, basically, because that was really interesting, the decision making that was going on right there. Just the way things ended up being timed, unfortunately worked out against Nonstopmop. And so there was that erase tail connecting, and the Wind Rack not really not being able to do anything.
Yeah, but that was a fun match for sure. There was a lot of damage coming out from both sides. We saw Nonstop had that Dustman SP with the object field for a lot of damage, and then we saw the those slashed beast charge combos. So that was definitely a very fast-paced match.
Yeah, and well played to both Symes and Nonstopmop there. Again, a very interesting set between the two of them. And with that, I think we can jump into setups for our next set of the day. And so this is HonorNite versus Desmond. And I think we saw Desmond in the first set of the day, which was also a Gregor versus Gregor mirror matchup. Desmond choosing to run this Kernel Force Bug Rise Sword, so this Giga +1 setup. And Desmond's got the Groundman SP, the Tenguman SP, so a bit of an anti-Gregor Navi chips here. HonorNite, on the other hand, looking like they're running a pretty interesting setup. It is the Erase Man trio. For some reason, we've seen 3 people running the trio of Navi chips. I think at first it was Element Man. No, it was Judge Man EX, Judge Man SP. And then all of the Element Men, I think. And then now we're seeing all of the Erase Men. The Erase Man trio coming in.
Yeah, and I think Salad also had the Roll trio.
Technically the trio, but also technically not, because it's missing Roll Star. It was 2 Roll 2s and then the Roll 3.
Yeah, that still counts.
Okay, I was wondering. Okay, I guess we would say that counts too. Yeah, I think the Erase Man trio is pretty interesting to run because the EX timing is it feels a little bit weird when you're used to both Erase Man and Erase Man SP.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense for HonorNite to have it here though because he's using all these objects, so he definitely wants the anti-dust. I think what's interesting is that he still has his barrier 200 and a U code instead of K code to go with the Erase EX and SP.
Oh yeah, that is true. The option of putting it into K code, that is something that should be considered, I think. But yeah, a pretty standard defense is coming out. HonorNite choosing not to run Reflector 3s the way everyone else is. Instead, you've got the 3 invis, 3 anti-damage, double slow gauge, that grab revenge coming in queued, combo with the kernel force, of course. 4 area grabs, 3 panel grabs. And yeah, so those panel grabs are just for that back row access, I'm assuming, because this, like you mentioned, this is going to be an obstacle or an object-oriented build right here.
Yeah, I think what he wants to do is he wants to try and set up row locks on the opponent and then use that Gregor Vulcan.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see that being a plan that HonorNite might have. Interestingly, only 1 wind rack here. I guess the fan, can also take care of stuff, but gonna have to watch out for potentially not being able to deal with life aura from your opponent. Of course, you can always use beast charges in this format, so should be able to deal with life aura regardless when you're Gregor.
Yeah, especially if he's going for these row locks, then even charge beast would be guaranteed.
But yeah, with that, I think we can jump into the match itself.
And so, yeah, we see here, it looks like it froze. Oh, okay, it's back. And so we see HonorNite opting to just, both players here not crossing.
Both players trying to buster that, the rock cube onto opposing player's field. Erase Man EX coming out. Interesting rock cube placement. Rush coming out here.
Yeah, I think putting it in your own area like that's definitely a good call because it will stop them from being able to grab your area.
Yeah, definitely it has some good utility, some good defensive potential there.
So the problem for HonorNite in a Gregor matchup like this, though, is if he locks them, row locks them, they have their own Gregor Vulcans, so they can just trade back with that.
Ooh, we already get an interesting field here. Both players just playing chicken here.
Yeah, this is to HonorNite
Alright.
because he does, as we can see, he does have a huge HP advantage here because actually what really made the difference there is that entire time Desmond was on those poison panels with no shoes.
Yeah,
So
that's a good point.
So that whole time, oh no, and HonorNite already has his Q-Force here, so unless Desmond has a life or this could already be a GG.
Yeah, maybe there was some sunk cost fallacy going in there. Those poison panels actually do a lot of work, even though they don't count towards damage judge or anything. Aren't technically your opponent damaging you. They do quite a bit of damage over time.
Yeah, I think that was like an entire slow gauge turn almost. So yeah, that'll definitely add up. Oh, and the Reflector 3 into the Judgment. Oh, does Desmond have...
Okay, okay.
Oh no!
Oh
no! He needed to step up to the top.
Alright, so this is playing out kind of how you would expect Gregar versus Gregar to go. Some pretty highly volatile, extremely high damage turns. And now you've got these these very funny conveyor panels. So this should make the this match pretty interesting.
Yeah, looks like HonorNite is going for a Luck Beast here, maybe to remove those conveyor panels with his charge. Oh, both players going for a Life Aura here, so a Luck Beast actually the one real weakness it has is it can't remove Life Aura.
Oh! Oh, and that was okay, not able to dodge the second one, but that was a brilliant usage of the conveyor
the
panels.
dodge is that one. So goes for 2 out of 3 dodges. Yeah, the conveyor panels definitely helping there.
Yeah, like I said, definitely those conveyor panels can be pretty spicy.
Oh, and
Making
going
it-
for a heat here instead of a race. That's interesting.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to get decrossed here by those wind racks or a Tengu Man. Also with those conveyor panels, like we just saw, the race isn't guaranteed.
Okay, yeah, and Desmond is now safe. He's out of reach from Heat Beast on that panel. Ooh, so HonorNite's just gonna go ahead and pop Rush here, so we'll see what
The Grandman SP does connect. Ooh. Desmond not stepping forward into that heat breath. I think HonorNite maybe.
that definitely would have oh, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like HonorNite maybe just releasing that a little bit too early there.
Yeah, I think yeah, for sure. And I think if he'd gone to race that turn instead of going for the heat, he might have been able to remove that Life Aura from Desmond. Oh wow, and Desmond
Oh no. Yeah, I'm not sure how the timing would have worked out there, but HonorNite did have that grab vanish in hand. Might have been able to actually survive that turn if he used it right away in order to deny some of the Kernel Force damage, but I think it would have been pretty close regardless.
And so now we go into round 3 here, so we'll see what happens. It looks like on this grass stage he's going for Heat Beast, which makes sense on the grass.
You see this area grab coming down from Desmond, but Ooh, okay, this will buy Desmond some time.
Oh no, I think Desmond, yeah.
He double stepped again.
I think he only took the regular damage though, because it already removed the grass.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But he definitely, yeah, you gotta be careful with those against heat, and especially Elec, you have to be careful with your movement.
Yeah, I think it's each panel of the breath can hit you once. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, I believe so. Ooh, and we see the Bug Rise sword coming out here. But it seems like Desmond doesn't have any way to confirm it here. Oh, and he canceled HonorNite's Wintegral with his own. Oh, wow. That's very unfortunate. Oh, if he doesn't cross out here, this Erase Man SP will do ×2 with the freeze. Okay, he goes into Elec.
Rush gonna come out here, paralyze HonorNite.
No, he's
actually
from the fanfare.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the fanfare is giving him the green invulnerability. Huh.
Oh, that had uninstall. HonorNite has now lost his air shoes. So both players here are actually getting into a pretty dangerously low amount of HP for a potential Kernel Force situation. Going into a Luck Beast here, I think is pretty good call to try and break some of those panels to limit Desmond's movement.
Yeah, and I do think both players have popped Rush, so they do have invis available to them to try to defend against a potential Kernel Force.
Oh, and there it is. Oh, he mashed too hard. He already mashed out his Windrak and Gundel Soul. It's definitely rough with Q Force because you want to mash out the Q Force itself, but you don't want to accidentally mash out like the other chips until they're paralyzed, or use like their defense. So it's definitely a very unfortunate for Desmond there.
Yeah, there is. You want to wait for that Q force. You want to wait for it to actually confirm and start the paralysis before you use the rest of your chips. But now we're gonna see this cross cancel from Desmond here, but there's nowhere for him to go. Groundman SP not gonna do anything here, just that one hit. Where's this replacement EX? It's gonna be perfect for HonorNite to close out this set. Yeah, well played to HonorNite and Desmond.
Yeah, that was a very close match. If Desmond had just been a little bit more patient after that Q force, he probably could have closed it out on the previous turn. And yes, the N1GP is pointing out in chat this match was probably at like only 60 or 70%, not at 100%. So
yeah, definitely looking at HonorNite's hand that Colonel Force turn though, it did look like there were so many defensive options available and options that can just reduce the Colonel Force damage. Like even a rock cube, if you place it the right way and just step behind, you can reduce some of the damage.
although hiding right behind the rock cube wouldn't help because Q force also hits one panel behind, so you need to be at least 2 panels behind the rock cube.
Yeah, definitely. Don't try to stand right behind the rock cube. Just like Vulcans hitting the panel.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting that Q force also has that effect. Like it's already so strong, so that just makes it even that much better. But definitely a fun game to watch.
Yeah, so once again, well played to HonorNite and Des. And congrats to HonorNite on taking that set. And with that, I think we can head into the setups for our next set of the day. Okay, and we have seen both these setups today already. Meta Birdie's 2600 HP BDT setup with the Judge Trio. And then my setup. I'm not even sure what to call it. It's just my...
I guess just the Beast Charge area setup.
Yeah, I guess it's just a Beast Charge area setup. So... I guess the main thing here would be that's a lot of HP to get through. And technically my folder does a lot of potential damage, but it's still a lot of HP to get through. So if Meta Birdie plays like certain defensive turns or certain turns really tightly defensively, gets a little bit of extra value out of certain chips, then it's going to be hard for me to to close it out and to even bring Meta Birdie down. The other thing is that Meta Birdie has one slow gauge and I have 2 fast gauges, so technically if I wanted to, I could theoretically try to run to Damage Judge, but with this folder that I'm running, the fact that I'm running 0 invis and 1 anti-damage, and I just don't have like great defense that's focused on self-preservation. I've got anti-recovery, which is a more offensive, oppressive trap. I've got element trap and anti-navi, which are also both more like utility and offensively oriented traps. So even if I were to double fast gauge, I feel like I might not be able to make it to Damage Judge. I might die before then. So it's kind of interesting looking at this and trying to figure out how to play the setup.
Yeah, for sure. And that Judge, we see you have the maximum area, both the 5 panel grabs and 5 area grabs, but that Judge Trio from Meta Birdie could definitely let him deal with it much better than probably most other folders would be able to.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge threat to my setup that I was thinking about going into this. So I think with that, we can go right into the set.
Yeah, let's go.
Ooh, and this is from Birdie's perspective here.
And yeah, already at the starting HP, this is a pretty huge difference.
Yeah, I feel like 1450 definitely a little bit on the low side compared to some people rocking the 2200 HP Gregor setups, or Birdie here of a 2600 HP Falzar setup.
Yeah, and so I think you don't even have erase man, so Birdie knows that his SoulXCross is actually completely safe here.
Yeah, I have literally no cursor chips to deal with this.
Yeah, and that was that Sanctuary is already mostly cleared by the Dust Beast charge.
Yeah, 4 out of 7 panels already cracked there by the Beast charge. And Birdie mulling this over, probably thinking about just using this full cast right off the bat to try to get to that BDT, but maybe gonna drop some utility chips first in order to get given faster for it.
Yeah, and so Dust Beast charge, the way it works is it's mostly random. But you can kind of manipulate it based on the position you use it from, because if Birdie goes to use it again from the bottom row, it will just hit those 6 panels ahead of him and be guaranteed to clear out those last 3 holy panels. So it's only really random if you use it when you're in the middle.
Yeah, that's very true. That the randomness is when you use it in the middle and not on the sides.
Okay, buddies, that's interesting. Birdie's opting to just use it from the middle again, and wow, it clears out all 3 holy panels anyways. That's definitely a bit of good luck there.
So we'll see here whether or not Birdie can shuffle all this away, throw it into the trash chute, and pull up this BDT.
Yeah, it actually, did he just cycle his 1 slow gauge?
I think he did.
Okay, but he still has this full custard. That means to get back to his slow gauge, then he'll have to cycle all the way back through his almost his entire folder again. So we are definitely gonna be in fast gauge for at least the next few turns here. And so yeah, he has this BDT in hand, but it looks like... Okay, yeah, so he's gonna use it here. But we're still in fast gauge, so he'll likely only be able to get at most 1 BDT off these next few turns.
Yeah, and that 1 BDT is also assuming he doesn't get interrupted by anything.
Okay, but he actually popped his slow gauge. Although you now have the full area lockdown, but Meta Birdie will likely be able to get to one of his judgments here to reclaim all that area.
Oh, yeah. So Meta Birdie actually doesn't manage full. I think Meta Birdie already used one judgment. That I think might have been eaten by Beat.
This could actually be a kind of a rough turn for Meta Birdie then, but he is going with that Reflector 3.
Yeah, it's interesting because Meta Birdie is at 2200 HP still and has this recovery 300.
Oh wow, so Meta Birdie blocks the Tengu Beast Charge with that Reflector and then immediately interrupts it with one of his own Wind Racks.
Yeah, I think one of the Tengu breath hits actually did connect, but then the second and the rest of them were blocked. And then yeah, the immediate Wind Rack response as well.
So did he throw away one of his Recuv 300s? Or did he
not sure.
Not use it?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
Okay, it looks like he does have or was the first slow gauge one of yours?
I think the first slow gauge was mine.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh wow, but that's huge. That judgment gets denied by the anti-Navi.
Yeah, base anomaly connects here. And now it's actually going to be a slow gauge turn, which is actually good for my damage output too here.
Yeah, this was a huge turn for you with the base anomaly and 3 Tengu Beast charges, but ooh, Meta Birdie now has this Destroy Pulse.
Yeah, with all these J-code chips here, it's possible for Meta Birdie to just end it.
Yeah, he even has the second pulse too, so... And you've already used your Sanctuary, so there's no chance of that coming out here to save you from the Destroy Pulse. Oh wow. Oh wow, that element, man. Oh, this is actually... And so Neryth manages to take the first round at 1 HP, just goes up and finishes Meta Birdie with the feathers when he was stuck charging another BDT. And I think Neryth was actually blinded too, so Neryth couldn't even see whether or not Meta Birdie was actually just shooting his buster or going for the BDT charge there.
Yeah, I was I was definitely heart beating pretty fast at the end of that match. I was really close to 1 HP. We were in Twitch chat asked why a BDT instead of a feather. when you pop BDT, it replaces your Falzar Feather Buster with a normal P-Shot, so you actually don't have access to the Falzar Feathers anymore. Trying to fire your Buster will just result in a normal P-Shot.
Yeah, it is pretty nice though, because it means you also can use it with a Buster Bug and go for those Buster charge procs.
So we see Life Aura being popped by Birdie here, and Sanctuary being popped by me here. So both of our defenses coming into play.
Yeah, it does seem pretty rough to get a lot out of Sanctuary in this format with Dust Beast just being able to remove it for free. Or not for free, but pretty easily. They do have to sacrifice a chip to do it.
Yeah, they both have to sacrifice a chip and also kind of focus on doing it for a short time. Well, not even that short a time, but... So it does kind of like give your opponent something to do.
Oh no, and you lose your Tengu Cross here to that anti-damage. And so now you'll just have to probably go for either Tomahawk Beast or Ground Beast. Maybe even Spout Beast.
I would never go into Spout Beast because I'm a superstitious person, and I firmly believe that trying to use Aqua Spiral just sets up a death flag for yourself. Like it just becomes impossible to win.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it just becomes impossible to win. As soon as you try to Aqua Spiral, the game just decides that you're gonna lose.
Yeah, that's definitely a long-standing N1GP conspiracy that even thinking about using the Aqua Spiral in a match is just super bad mojo. It's extremely cursed, and it just basically dooms you.
So I did manage to squeeze in that base anomaly there. But now Birdie does have this BDT ready to go.
Yeah, and Birdie is definitely camping that one panel where where the Tomahawk Beast charge won't reach them.
But yeah, this is now a really awkward position for me because most of my damage is based on beast charges. And Tomahawk Beast chip charge, it isn't reliable unless you can lock your opponent to the sides or the back. So that one panel forward is giving Birdie a lot of safety here.
Yeah, so I think it's yeah, I wonder if we might see Neryth opt to go into Ground Beast here and go for those drill drives.
Yeah, the drill drives they're technically good against BDT as well because you can just go right through the BDTs and clear them that way. But
yeah, it's almost similar to Charge Tackle in the standard format against BDT.
yeah, the only catch is that you are exchanging a chip for it every single time. Birdie getting that double damage on a holy panel, but still removing a tomahawk. Ooh, and Birdie pulling both recovery 300s here.
Yeah, as well as a slow gauge to immediately set this back to another slow gauge turn. And also, I just noticed that Birdie has an anti-recover of his own. It's actually both players here have both anti-recovery and recov, so... But I don't think we've actually seen it proc yet. Oh, and speaking of which, there it goes. Oh, but there's that, oh no, that's not Destroy Pulse. He has 2 of the, Pulse 3s. He needs to draw his Pulse 1.
I feel like I've never heard, this track sped up like this.
Oh, I had it muted. Yeah, this is, yeah, with that, popping sound, that's, pretty interesting. Okay, and there's the, Pulse Rack Destroy Pulse combo. And those holy panels are putting in some huge work for Neryth here. And yeah, gonna go ahead and destroy one of the BDTs, or both BDTs with the drill drive, but unfortunately not actually connecting with the Birdie here.
Yeah, unfortunately, using them to get rid of the BDTs is fine, but that also kind of makes it predictable to your opponent which row you're gonna go down. So as long as Birdie doesn't like line up with his own BDTs, there shouldn't be too much risk.
Yeah, I think the question is just how much longer can you last here? Will you be able to make it to that turn 15 and use your other fast gauge? We're still only on turn 8, but there's the other fast gauge. Oh wow, and Birdie here is actually almost out of chips. But unfortunately, yeah, a lot of these drill drives are not connecting. Oh no! Oh, that was very unfortunate for Neryth, just getting caught by that last BDT off the holy panel.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I was down to my last chip there. I think it was that Wintegral, so it wasn't really a good way for me to finish Birdie off. Just so many of those drill drives flying into the abyss there and not connecting.
Yeah, if just a couple more of those had connected, that might have been a very different game. Okay, it looks like Neryth here gets the Dust Suck to take the cubes. It can be kind of annoying to get with Beast out. And Meta Birdie here already going for the very early Destroy Pulse. This could be a big issue for Neryth. Okay, oh, but the Life Aura. Will Meta Birdie throw it, or it looks like Meta Birdie, yeah, okay. And so that trap was not anti-damage.
And here we see the BDT coming up, as well as Life Aura.
Yeah, but after that must have felt good seeing Meta Birdie just have to throw away the Destroy Pulse on your Life Aura. And yeah, so Meta Birdie here has locked in their chips. I wonder if we'll be seeing Neryth go for that Tengu cross again and start going for those beast charges.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward because I kind of want the optimal area for it. But at the same time, if I just wait for that, I might not really get the chance.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like you are going for the Tengu play here. Ooh, but this anti-damage could be a problem. Oh wow, and the Life Aura from Meta Birdie to protect their own anti-damage. Oh no, and it even blocks the base anomaly, so Meta Birdie getting a huge amount of value from that anti-damage.
Yeah, definitely that anti-damage was huge. If the base anomaly had connected, we would basically be even HP.
And yeah, so that is one of the things in this format, because in Standard you can just go for charge shots or something to remove the opponent's anti-damage. But unless you're using a Bug Giga and have a Buster Bug, you can't really do that here. So you just have to use chips to remove the opponent's anti-damage instead of charge shots. So it can definitely just wall out things, like as we saw with that base anomaly.
And it looks like Meta Birdie is thinking about going into this BDT turn with a Bug Fix, Slow Gauge, and then the BDT drop.
Oh, okay, but the Sanctuary here is actually pretty big for you. Oh no, steps right into the DDT. Oops, and getting 2 hits from the Tengu Beast charge. I think that one was also another 2 hits.
I think he got 4 hits total this turn.
Yeah,
So
I was like,
not a huge amount of hits, but enough to even HP out here.
yeah, that's still like, I think 520 damage, so that's still a pretty good amount. This would actually be the perfect area for a Tomahawk Beast, but not anymore with this Judgment.
So we actually saw that was an element trap because it faded into nothingness.
Yeah, that's oh, it got faded into nothingness by the Tomahawk boomerangs.
Yeah, it wasn't even the the BDTs.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. So it looks like Birdie actually still has no way of dealing with this Sanctuary.
Yeah, in the previous matches, Birdie was able to use the Dust Beast in order to deal with it, but the Sanctuary was dropped late enough into this match that that's no longer an option.
Oh, and there's Birdie's anti-recuv. And I think you haven't used your recovs yet. Oh no, the counter head. Yeah, this anti-recuv could actually be big here.
Yeah, it just seems like it would be the ideal time to use it.
Okay, and Metal Wolfie, yeah, he's down to his last 2 chips here, so he must have already used the Element Man. But the anti-recuv here would actually, at the low 300 HP, that would actually just delete you.
Yeah, it's just an instant deletion at this point.
And yeah, you have yeah, so you cannot use those at all now, so it's actually a very rough situation. This is almost looking like the Legacy games with all the anti-recuv plays.
Yeah, the upside to this is that I still have Tengu Beast. At least I still have my my preferred cross here.
Okay, and so that grab revenge comes down. Oh wow, and yeah, suddenly this is looking extremely.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that that the Tengu Beast charge is actually 390 damage when all 3 hits connect, so this could actually be lethal.
Yeah, your HP is still ticking down from that Oh wow. And that's it. the Tengu Beast Charge into the Buster to finish it off. And so, yeah, Neryth, man, takes it 2-1 against the Chonk BDT.
Yeah, well played to Meta Birdie. It was a really close set. And I was pretty much I was sweating bullets the whole time.
So did you end up just beast charging your recovs?
Yeah, so I pulled my recovery 300 separately. I think one of them I pulled on the turn that Meta Birdie switched to anti-recovery, and I just chose to charge it. And I kind of just knew that the risk of anti-recovery killing me was too high at that point, or at least it being responsible for my death. I think I was at 400 HP. So I just chose to charge them as soon as I pulled them.
Yeah, that was definitely an extremely close match at the end. That one definitely could have gone either way, so that was definitely a very interesting matchup, the Chonk BDT against this full Beast Charge setup. And so we saw what happens that time when Meta Birdie wasn't able to decross your Tengu.
Yeah, GG, well played once more, and that was a really fun set to play. That was really close. It was a real nail biter. I had to go lie down for a few minutes after finishing that set with Meta Birdie. But yeah, with that, I think we can go into the setups for our next set of the day.
And so I think this is our first time seeing Wintegral today. And so they have this R code set up here. They have the Bubble Star and Doll Thunder 3 combos. And then they also have the these tornadoes with a double point and grass seed and uninstall. So those tornadoes on grass panels, if they're boosted by a double point, is a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, this definitely looks like a bit more unconventional. The R code, and like you said, boosted, going for this boosted tornado play on grass. Double point as well. I think that's the first double point we've seen in this tournament so far. On stream at least. So, I appreciate double point a lot. You can even use it for the base anomaly, and it'll actually punch through life aura and still do 660 damage. So, definitely, I feel like more people should consider double point. But I just like the impact of using it and having your opponent. If they don't have defense ready, then it can be really nasty for them.
Yeah, double point is definitely a high risk, high reward chip to use, but I mean, considering how strong attack plus 30 is, when that only gives the plus 30 boost, double point with that potential plus 60 boost can just be a massive amount of burst damage. And just sometimes instantly win you games. So yeah, if Wintegral's able to get that with one of those grass boosted tornadoes, that would be huge.
Yeah, especially considering you don't really have status guard access as Gregar. So if Wintegral can set it up with the help of an Erase Man or Judge Man or even the Element Man freeze. Well, they would have to have the grass obviously come in, but just the setup there is always going to be a threat to you. So it's going to be interesting to see how you play around it.
Yeah, because I also don't have any invis. I only have the life aura and anti damages. I have the 2 reflector 3s, but that couldn't be used to TFC the double point, so I am kind of low on defense, so it's definitely pretty definitely something to watch out for. Those that double point.
But yeah,
I think with that we can head into the match.
oh wow. So you're actually just gonna head into turn 1 with no chips.
Yeah, I think I was expecting because he has the full cust reg, so I was kind of just expecting that.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, but it looks like that was a kind of a weird play from him. He did end up using that full cust like halfway through the turn there.
Yeah, but they also landed on the first one of those rock cubes for a free 200 damage. Those object fields are definitely work out in Falzar's favor a lot of the time.
Ooh, okay. It looks like he's gonna have to make a hard choice here. Probably gonna be a cross cancel. Yeah, I can't imagine Wintegral staying in SoulXCross here just to take this hit. Definitely be better to just get out of this cross and go into your next one. And the problem here is actually that what cross do you really go into here? Ooh, Tomahawk. Really big combos coming out from Wintegral here, but he does get decrossed. Tries to pop this roll 3, but gets blocked by this anti-damage. Still gets the recovery from it. And Wintegral actually dodged that the Flash Bomb 3 earlier that turn, so at least I think Wintegral did dodge it by jumping onto Symes' side of the field.
Yeah, but Wintegral has already gotten a lot of damage here from like that the Bubble Star Dole Thunder combos and stuff, so
yeah, Bubble Star, Dole Thunder, definitely a really powerful combo there with the double damage. Ooh, managing to step through the Wind Rack there. Ooh, very nice stepping down, so at least you don't take double damage. Not sure about the movement behind the Elect Beast charges here. I feel like it might have been better to just play on the center row, like the center front and center middle panels. Oh, whoa, okay. Wintegral jumping into the Elect Beast charge right there. Oh, okay. There's White Capsule Tornado.
Yeah, this almost looks like one of those EXE folders that tries to go for the tornadoes with the glitch. But instead, Wintegral's. So I wasn't sure of what to do here because of these broken panels and stuff. That would give Wintegral like a lot more time to
Very nice here, blocking this Judgment. This probably would have been game if you did get hit by it, so saving yourself here.
Yeah, not having any defense here with a Wintegral using the end of turn invis was kind of rough.
Oh, that blind! Oh, 1 HP!
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is a great move here. Because Wintegral stopped bustering for some reason for a split second, so you can see Wintegral actually isn't in the frame for bustering, so this gives you that. Okay, never mind.
No, I thought I'd be able to get the attack plus 30 Bs out, but it seems like Wintegral had fired like one last shot.
Yeah, I guess there was a feather in transit there.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of the other thing about this format is you never actually have access to Beast Over. So in situations like that, you can't when you're at like 1 HP about to die, you never have that option to go invincible for a turn.
Yeah, with Infinite Beast, you don't have the highs and lows of the beast. You just have the constant beast out. Oh! Okay, yeah, Wintegral missed a big opportunity there. Not stepping back for that tornado. Probably being used to the beast jump, so that blind right there really saved you.
Yeah, for sure, especially starting on the grass field.
Yeah, and with these obstacles too, Wintegral could just go dust at any moment and suck them up and try and oh, there it is. This could be pretty rough if you don't play it right. Ooh, very nice.
Yeah, so that
Whoa! Okay, that was a
yeah, I don't know why I didn't just use the Splash Man before the Flash Bomb went off, so that way that could have at least hit.
yeah. Luckily, Wintegral did not manage to connect with any of that. There was like both Super Rocks being fired out, along with much better stuff happening at that moment. Yeah, it does look like you've got that machine gun handy here to try and get rid of this SoulXCross. Oh, and also erase Beast. Yeah, you're going to erase Beast this turn, so Wintegral's gonna have to watch out for the erase tail. Ooh, full cust. Let's give Wintegral another turn of dust digging. Although I feel like dust digging in that folder isn't necessarily too impactful.
Unless he's going for the full double point grass seed tornado combo.
Yeah, that's always a possibility, but even with dust digging, it can be kind of hard to pull off that.
And so I think here I can keep my chip charge on the if I start with another null chip, I can keep my my chip charge.
Yeah, looks like Wintegral is mulling it over. This trap is not going to help Wintegral here. Wintegral does take that double damage and the decross from the erase tail, and Symes also lays down the sanctuary here, so it's added layer of safety here. Not gonna have to worry about the grass, and also taking half damage due to the holy panels now.
Yeah, I think I definitely wanted to wait until Wintegral's SoulXCross was gone before using the sanctuary. And so since I decrossed his dust, it's like, okay, now it's safe to use the sanctuary. But then they just immediately had the Element Man ready.
Yeah, and Wintegral is running Element Man and Element Man SP, so two different ways of dealing with it. Ooh. The 480 damage from Element Man SP on grass. And Wintegral does manage to step the Erase Tail at the end. But Symes pulls Kernel Force here with this Wind Rack as well. And what was that chip that you led with? Was that Judge?
Erase Man.
Erase Man? Alright, so yeah, this would be the perfect perfect setup here for this Kernel Force. Wintegral was actually able to move for a second there before the Kernel soldiers actually managed to paralyze him. So that actually got a little bit spooky there. If he had an invis or something, that would have been an issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen that happen before. That was definitely kind of strange. We might want to go back and take another look at that one.
I think it was because of the area setup. So the Kernel soldiers had to come into one panel in front of you, and then the two panels above, while Wintegral was standing on the bottom row. So there are basically 3 panels worth of Kernel soldiers that had to fire before the bottom row would fire and hit him. And so I think he mashed out and moved to the bottom in time. But yeah, I'm not sure. That is worth looking at.
And so I didn't realize that this would work, but yeah, so you actually do get the green invis from the invincibility from Color Bug, even an Infinite Beast, as we see here, so...
Yeah, that is pretty annoying, that invulnerability.
Yeah, that was actually a huge first turn from Wintegral getting the ×2 Element Man SP and then all those buster damage, and I couldn't get a trade back at all.
Yeah, it definitely puts you on the back foot here. Do slash beast from Symes here, and alright. So there's the Bubble Star Gold Thunder combo, but it's gonna be met in return of the Race Man.
Yeah, except that, okay, it still worked. And
Yeah.
now the HP is actually, basically even here.
Yeah, very close now, with basically equal HP. So it's gonna be down to whoever connects the next 1 or 2 combos to close this out, most likely. With Wintegral blind, though, it's gonna be an issue. Very nice. Symes getting all of his area back, and this is going to lead to some increased damage on the Slashman SP. Sneaking in right before that Invis, the Neo variable, input gets whiffed, but it was going to get blocked by the anti-damage regardless. And I think one more solid combo here would do it. So Wintegral's gonna need some defensive play to prevent Symes from locking him down with the Flash Bomb and the Wind Rack here. Ooh, yeah, full cast gets Wintegral into the next turn with another turn of the Dust Shoot. So gonna cycle through the folder for more chips.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm not sure on whether to take the life or keep my chips from the previous turn.
Yeah, I don't think you're lacking in damage to close it out. So the question is just how to finish this and how to do it without giving Wintegral a chance to make a comeback. Oh, wow, alright. And there's the comeback right there from the that tornado on grass and then the roll.
Yeah, so I don't think I got I think maybe I only got one extra set of bees there. I'm not actually sure. I definitely don't think it was the max though, because Wintegral seemed like they might have been being more careful with their shots.
Yeah, definitely not as much damage as you were hoping for, but it looks like it is possible to close this out. I don't think, yeah, Wintegral can't center themselves to block this, I believe.
Yeah, the problem here for me though is that I'm at low enough HP that even with only 2 hits, base anomaly would be lethal. So I think I was like being very careful about a potential base anomaly TFC here.
Waiting for that life aura and also being on the top. Oh no!
And yeah, I couldn't even go for a beast charge there because then the Wintegral's anti-damage would have just finished me because I don't have a shirt.
Yeah, that was a good call. Not bothering, trying to charge that. And now it looks like this is an attempt to finish this off with Kernel Force, which I do think it will do the trick as long as you dodge this anti-damage star coming down.
Yeah, I definitely was not expecting the double Wintegral there, so that was
Oh, but this should take you off the field. Oh wait, no, you don't. Okay, yeah, all right. Because it was the Judgment. The Judgment was a time freeze counter to your anti-damage, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought it was the other way around for a second. I was like, oh, this is
I
it.
saw the bubble star coming out, and I knew I wouldn't be able to. I knew with the bubble star 3 there in that position, I probably wasn't going to be able to avoid it. I knew he probably had something to punish the anti-damage TFC, but it was either probably just die from the bubble star or die from whatever he had to punish my anti-damage. So it was just a pretty rough situation at that point.
Yeah, I think there was a very. Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun match to play, though. There's a few things I would have, if I could go back, there's definitely a couple things I would have done differently, but it was definitely very well played by Wintegral.
Yeah, definitely a close set. Really back and forth. Really interesting seeing the combos and the damage coming out and the way those matches played out.
Yeah, I think that was the first time in a while that I've seen one of those huge double point roll 3s. So just the huge damage and the big heal on that definitely turned the game around for Wintegral.
But yeah, well played to Symes and Wintegral. And I think with that, we can head into our final set for today. Which
is this the first time we've seen Rocku?
Yeah, I believe this is the first time we've seen Rocku. Ooh, and yeah, it is a Super Vulcan art code, so kind of similar to what we just saw, except this is running a hub batch instead of base anomaly. It doesn't have the double point, but it does have a tornado. And oh yeah, there are 3 corn shot 3s in here, so just some corn.
Yeah, and there's also those 2 mag coils.
Yeah, pretty interesting choice here.
Yeah, the mag coils for sure are an interesting choice with the drag they apply. I've already went ahead actually and saw some of this match, so.
All right, I'm interested in how these mag coils are going to play out and how Rocku's going to use them. I'm hoping there's going to be something crazy in this set. With Desmond, we've seen the build before. It is the Kernel Force with Bug Rise Sword. Pretty standard Gregor build. Outside of that, it's got the Ground Man SP and Tengu Man, which are generally more useful against Gregor. And as a Fowler versus Gregor, just a little bit less mileage there. But still, impactful chips.
Yeah, I kind of want to see I want to see some more out of this Bug Rise Sword here. I want to see the VRS lockdown and just charging those Dark Swords. We've seen that a little bit today, but with all the Bug Rise Sword, I think we haven't really we haven't seen enough from it yet. So we'll see what Desmond's able to get from it.
Yeah, and I think with that, we can jump into the set.
Oh, I'm using that Freaky Friday save. Okay, so we've got this from Rocku's side.
Yeah, and one fast gauge being ranked, but the other also being pulled on the same turn here.
Yeah, does Desmond have any of gauges? Let's see.
Desmond has no gauges, so this is going to be played out in fast gauge.
Yeah, I guess then it makes sense for Rocku to just bring the second gauge here on turn 1. Okay, and there's that Bubble Thunder combo. We'll see if Desmond has any way of responding to that Bubble Thunder combo.
Oh no! Okay, it does get blocked by anti-damage.
Yeah, I think it will actually be hard for Des to get a lot out of the ERS here in a fast gauge matchup without any low gauges.
Yeah, that is definitely a downside of running a Buckeye Sword, is you gotta pair it with that slow gauge, or you're not gonna get that much mileage out of it. Ooh! Counter hit off of that machine gun.
And there's the Super Vulcan with the white pill. We'll see if Rocku decides to go for that on this turn. Oh, it looks like...
Probably waiting for that attack plus 30 as well. Ooh, and now it's a grass field thanks to this Element Man. Ooh, oh wait, that wasn't... the attack plus 30 comes, of course, the turn right afterwards. Yeah, so not as much damage as it could have been.
Yeah, and it looks like Des might have been able to open the cut screen a little bit faster there to then cross cancel out of the Super Vulcan.
Ooh, so going into Erase here. Oh, no.
Oh, he got the buffered movement up, but still took one more shot from that Super Vulcan to get paralyzed again, and then the attack plus 30 tornado on grass.
Yeah, it's not too uncommon to try to cross cancel and move out of the Super Vulcan like that, only to get clipped by one more shot on your way out. Of course, if you were Falzar, you could go into Tomahawk and not have to worry about the paralysis. But unfortunately, Desmond did not have that option available to him. Ooh, double damage Judge Man right off the bat to combo with this bubble start right into a corn shot Heat Dragon.
That was uninstall corn shot.
Oh wow, I didn't even catch that. Ooh, Ground Man SP does connect, so a bit of damage traded back here. But still, I think Des took 720 damage this turn.
Yeah, that's almost half his HP gone, and he doesn't actually have any recovs, so that was a big opening turn for Rocku here. And yes, the N1GP itself points out in chat, there's actually So Gregor has a permanent super armor here, and Falzer has permanent shoes, so they can't be uninstalled.
Oh, all right. Pretty unfortunate there. Getting set back by that wind rack counter hit while trying to unleash that beast charge.
Yeah, they even waited out the Reflector 3, but then Desmond had the wind rack to follow up the Reflector 3, so... And it looks like Rocku will be going for a ground here, and Des going for elect clear the Sanctuary.
So Rocku was fishing for that counter hit on the Elect Beast charge, and Des was very careful not to give that up, just waited for the machine gun shots to finish firing. But Rocku also squeezed in that bubble right afterwards. Oh no. Oh no, Rocku lost both the wind rack and the Muramasa to that uninstall machine gun there.
That could have been the game for Rocku, and now we're actually basically about even.
I guess the one saving grace here is that this one holy panel, Des actually doesn't have access to it because of lack of shoes.
So Rocku has no more defense in their hands, so if a Q force is coming out from Des here, that could be big.
I think there was a big mistake on Rocku's part at the end of that last turn to not use the Element Man. I think Rocku could have used it to use Elec and break some of those panels and trap Des.
Oh, and there it is. Ooh, and still, yeah, I think actually Rocku's folder actually has very little defense. I think this is almost similar to a Neryth style folder.
I think it technically has even less defense than I would normally run, because it's not even running like any traps. Basically, it's just got the life aura.
Yeah, I think Rocku said that, yeah, they're basically just going for like an entirely combo focused folder, so the problem with that is then you just get hit by a Q force and can't really do anything.
Yeah, I do think it was a missed opportunity there. The Element Man could have gotten some mileage just breaking some panels. And that might have been the difference in terms of the kernel force coming out. Ooh, oh, okay, alright, that's the Star Code combo right there.
Yeah, even putting the white pill on the Dole Thunder so then they could go for the immediate cord shot into Heat Dragon follow-up. And so I think that did almost not like 880 damage to Desmond, just coming out right on turn 1.
Ooh, this is probably not a favorable matchup here for Des.
Oh wow!
Oh, there's the cross and double damage. Ground that SP is going to come out here and do the full 3 hits.
Yeah, but Rocku is still up with about 700 HP.
Oh, I think this is game. Yeah, the Erase Man should connect into the rest of this combo here.
And yeah, that was at a very short third round. Rocku was just able to land most of his combos that round and burst Desmond down.
Yeah, very quick when all of that damage does connect. But yeah, well played to Rocku and Desmond there.
And so that's actually it for our matches today.
Yeah, again, well played to all of the players in our sets today, and also just in the in this cycle in general.
Yeah, it's the first cycle of 2022, so it's definitely getting the year off to a good start with a lot of those crazy matches with all the beast plays, all the beast rush combos, the beast charge setups. Definitely a lot of fun to watch and to play, of course.
Yeah, and I think this next coming cycle number 2, I think that's also going to be Infinite Beast. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that will also be a second week of Infinite Beast.
Yeah, so if you missed out at any point and you want to join in on the fun, make sure to sign up. The information is in the Discord in the tournament channel. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the second week as well. I really didn't get to play that many matches in my first week.
Yeah, you did have a couple good matches on stream at least.
Yeah, that's true.
And yes, I think we'll definitely hope for even more hype matchups next week. And yeah, I think that's about it for today.
Okay, so that was the end of our. It was over 4 hours and 10 matches stream. And before we end, I want to go into the donations and talk a bit about that. What we got at the end of the year to now. Ooh, it's too much to the right. Please give me one moment. Okay, there we go, that's why. Had to go on the other screen. Okay, so we had a donation from G for $30. And also, we have our very first monthly subscription donation from Red Ace, I believe. Thank you for the $6 monthly donation. I believe this is the third month of that. And we also had 2 commissions for Player Zero that I heard he's in the middle of watching, or he's in the middle of working on still. So 2 $8 donations from Dorman and also Weenie, who has been making really cool tools. I believe they're pinned in strategies as a way to quickly save out your folder from your save state, as well as a way to use the Navi customizer in your browser and also export that out. And with that, we also had a donation from Joey Cobalt for, I believe, $30. No, wait. It was $60. And today, we made our weekly stream goal of a $50 donation with Nox Lebo, who actually donated a whopping $300 before a few months ago. So once again, thank you to Nox Levo. And thank you everyone for watching the stream, supporting us. And I want to out HonorNite again for doing such a good job picking out the VODs for this week and all the other weeks. He watched every single submission to pick out the best ones for the stream. Thank you so much for all the support, everyone. And with that, we're going to go into credits. Do our casters want to say anything before we leave?
Make sure you join next week's cycle. The deadline for that is tonight.
Yes, that's true. I think we only have 2 submissions right now, but I bet they're going to start trickling in soon. Yes, remember to submit if you want to play more Infinite Beast next week. So, submit today or give me a message if you might need a few extra hours. And also with that, I wanted to make an announcement for something that we've been talking about for a while, but we're officially going to launch, which is that we're going to have a way of determining who hosts in the event of two unequal connections where one person's connection is much more stable than the other. We believe through testing that the player with the more stable connection hosting leads to a better experience for both players. And we'll be elaborating on that in the tournament. But yes, that will be online starting next week with Infinite Beast 2. And with that, I think we're done. So...
Oh, whoa, no, hold on. I just want to point out that clearly this credit screen is inaccurate. You see, me and Symes were casting most of the day. And we're not listed in the commentators.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot to update the screen.
Also, technically, I did some scorekeeping this week, so... But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. And I hope to see you guys all next week as well.
Wait, did Symes also do scorekeeping?
Not this week.
Okay.
I can do scorekeeping next week.
Cool, that would help. I have a feeling our activity is gonna pick up again. I have a feeling the first week is everyone getting warmed up. But we'll see. It says the credit screen is sentient, so it's muffin changing right before our eyes. Okay, and with that, bye, Mega Man fans.